Good morning, friends. Good morning. We're back. We're back. And we are playing Final Fantasy 14 on this Friday. Should be a good old time. Not feeling great today, so I don't know how long it'll be, but I wanted to make some progress. It's been a while since I got to play the game. So here we are. Last night's musical was pretty good. The best I've ever seen. Still pretty good. I read the book back in 2012, I think. And I think I enjoyed the book. It's been a long time, obviously. And
for the one they called,
I didn't know. I guess it's been turned into a movie. It's been turned into a musical now. It's been doing pretty well for itself, so good for the author. The musical was good. I can't complain. I'm not disappointed about seeing it at all. Yeah. This weekend, tomorrow, I'm not sure what's going on. We'll see if I'm able to stream. We have those storms coming through, so I don't know how that's going to play a part. If I do stream, I know Dan's going to hate me, but if I do stream, it's probably going to be Path of Exile 2, so that I can finish.
What does high score mean? New high score, is
so that I
bad?
can finish
What's that mean?
the campaign on stream. That'd be lovely. But yeah, and then Sunday no stream. Show was good. It was fun. There was a lot of acrobatics involved. I don't know if it was Water for Elephants. I don't know if you saw it on the Discord, but Water for Elephants is a story about a man who joins the circus after his parents die, and he's been going to school to become a vet, and so he helps to take care of the animals, and it's all about how, like, it's all the behind the scenes stuff of a circus, which is kind of fun. So yeah, it was enjoyable. A lot of circus acts, but good story. It's not the best musical I've ever seen, but still fun, worth seeing. How are you? How have you been?
we may accept this fate.
Let's see.
Defy it, but we cannot
Yeah.
deny it.
Cannot complain. I am not one to run from my troubles. It's Friday, so I'm great. That's fair. I'm glad. So last time we played, the last few sessions, we started Shadowbringers. We finished searching for Alphino. We found Alizé as well. And then we did the Holminster Switch dungeon. And so now we are on our way to one of the other forests. I don't remember where it is. I think we got a distress call from them. And so I'm going to see either Oriange or Y'shtola. I don't know which. I think it's Oriange, but we'll see. Great, that's where we're at. So, like I said, not feeling great today. That pressure system came in last night, and my head feels like a balloon that's about to pop. It is not a lot of fun. I am in just so much pain right now. So we're just going to push as far as we can and go from there. Sorry to hear it. It's okay. It is what it is. It could be worse. The pain I can kind of deal with. It's when all the other stuff starts kicking in. I can usually deal with one or two like bad symptoms, but when all of them gang up on me, that's when it really starts to get rough. So anyway, yeah, I don't have much else to talk about this morning. Tomorrow, if I'm able to stream, we'll be finishing up Path of Exile. I'll wait on Xenoblade Chronicles until next weekend. Sunday, no stream because of plans with Brittany's family and the basketball game. And then next week, we should be starting Alyssa's story in Front Mission 3, and I'll just be cheating my butt off to get through all of that. So it should be a good time, I hope. And then push on from there. We should be done. I was hoping to be done with Xenoblade Chronicles 2 by the end of this month. I don't know if that's still going to be possible. Might finish it the week after, which is okay. And then after that, I think we have to start Anno 117 for Anthony. But we'll see. He said he might want to change it up. So I'll have to ask him about it. I really have reservations about spending $70 on a game that's getting crappy reviews. So maybe I can just convince him to. Said, oh wow, does Anno 117 have an ending? How do you beat it? I'm sure just like all the other Civ games, it has like a campaign. Like even the old, not Civ, well Civilization did too, but the old Age of Empires. I don't know if you played the old Age of Empires games, but they had like a campaign that you could go through, and I'm pretty sure Anno 117 has something similar. So it's probably not too, like, infinite, I guess, but I do get your point. There's definitely a lot of replayability to games like that. But I guess that's something to look into right now.
How many years have I waited for this moment?
Yeah, there is a campaign.
For the one that stood alone against the storm.
It's like... Oh, hold on. There's a campaign update. I'll just say the quiet part out loud. The campaign of Anno... This is from a week ago. 8 days ago. Anno 117... The campaign of Anno 117 is obviously unfinished. It's not even halfway done. Oh, goodness.
The warrior of light.
Apparently it's not a real campaign. It's like a 6-mission tutorial. Okay, maybe we'll have to talk with Anthony about that then. I'll have him use his channel points to something else. He said, oh boy, its reviews are not sparking. No, they're really not. It's not getting the best reviews. And I haven't played like an RTS like that. I guess Anno is considered an RTS, right? Age of Empires was considered an RTS. I haven't played an RTS like that in decades, probably. Age of Empires, Age of Mythology might have been the last. I think I played Rise of Nations with a friend when I was in the military. Haddix loved that game. So I think we played a little bit of that, but... yeah, so we'll have to... Maybe I'll... Okay, well, next time I talk to Anthony, somebody remind me. Hopefully he's here today. We can talk about it. Because, yeah, we're pretty close to starting our next weekend game, our next redemption game. And I don't want him to miss out on... like any points or anything like that. Also, I don't want to play $70 for a game, or pay $70 for a game that I'm going to play for 15 hours and then never touch again. So... we'll see how it goes. I'll talk to him. Like I said, if he wants me to play it, I will play it. I've not said no to a game yet, so I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to start now, but I know he was debating it before.
I am not wont to run from my troubles.
Yeah. I think that's it. The cinematic is just so good. So good. Oh well, I can't sit here and watch it all day. You could sit here and watch it all day, but that defeats the purpose of being here, right? Okay. I think I'm gonna have to start playing on... I'm gonna have to start figuring this out. Oh, hello. What's my machinist doing here? Oh, yeah. So there are multiple sequences in Shadowbringers that still give me goosebumps after 85,290 rewatches. I'm sure it hits just as hard, if not harder, after you understand all the references. Like for me, watching the cutscene is kind of like looking ahead and guessing, you know, wondering where the story's gonna go. For you, it's more like, oh my goodness, like look at all these things that are referenced that now you get, and so I'm sure it's just like different. I was wondering why my machinist was pulled up. I think I mentioned before I went on break, I sent a bunch of ideas over to Laura for emotes and scenes and things like that. And I was using Dion as a reference for a few of them. And I think machinist is the only reference I have that's like kind of, I wouldn't say basic, but like Dion's not covered up, you know? But also, my Dion is a reference to Dion Lessange from Final Fantasy 16. So really, I just need to send a bunch of pictures of Dion Lessange, and that'll be a good reference. I already did that, but this too. Also, the only Dion that goes running and skipping through the fields. True, he does a lot of skipping. It's great. It really is great. Dion just wants to dance. He doesn't it doesn't matter whether he's throwing chakrams or whether he's, you know, blasting things with a rifle, pistol, hybrid gun. I don't even know what the hell this is. This is clearly got the barrel of a rifle, but it's got a one-handed grip on it. Dion's just a beast. Like, who's wielding that thing? No one. That's insane. It's like one of those cartoon guns with the long barrels. It's like the Joker gun that fires out a flag at the end instead of an actual bullet. It's just nobody wields that. It's crazy. Anyway. Sorry, no, we're in queue, of course. Here I am chatting, and I could have just been in the queue the whole time. It's fine. Also, this is not an invitation because it's not my event to invite people to, but everybody, if you see Zarya, congratulate her. Her and her partner are doing a vow renewal on the 31st of January in Crystal Goblin. So it looks like for the... I don't think I can do a realm transfer. I'm gonna have to get this stuff. Actually, Andy, maybe you can help me, because I don't know much about this. The theme is knights in wearing crystals, so jumping to goblin is very easy. Oh, good. Wedding crashing time. Yeah, it's a vow renewal, so it's only half of a wedding crash. But maybe I need to... I'll be in Dion Dragoon form. Any of the first 3 cities you can jump to other crystal worlds. Takes less than a minute. Oh, good. I jump worlds constantly for bargain shopping. Oh, I have heard of people doing that. I've never done it. Also, can we point out that my Fisher's gear level is currently higher than my Dragoon's gear level? Funnily enough, my Dancer has the highest gear level of my martial classes. Gloria, good morning to you. How are we? My Fisher's, Dion the Fisher's a beast. Like, he's level 82. That's stupid. It is kind of crazy that my Dancer has the highest gear level, though. It's probably because of my jewelry, if I had to guess. Or my main hand weapon, 400. All my gear is 400. And then this is all 385. I think my main hand weapon is, on my Dragoon, is lower. Yeah, 385. Everything else is 400 and matches, but my weapon is 5 short. Because this is the one that Andy gave me, and I haven't wanted to give it up. But I think I'm about to get a weapon coffer here soon. I think in the next 2 missions, I get a weapon coffer. 3 missions, so we'll just pop over and use the new weapon. Did I make that fishing gear? What did I close out? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Did you? Guess so. Thanks. Was so expensive to make. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Andy. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were out here like spending money on me. My goodness. Where's my remote? Give me 1 second. It is incredibly hot in here. It was actually really fun to try and make it as cheap as possible. I'm glad it provided you with a fun challenge. I can't see. It's dark in here, obviously, and my brain doesn't want to process information correctly. If I'm a little slow today, I apologize. You guys know the drill. Just how it is some days. What am I doing? What was I just, like, literally, I just don't know what I was doing. It's hot in here. I'm looking for the remote. Okay, 1 second. One remote. Where's the other room? Both remotes found. Because almost everybody just grabs script gear, the crafted gear, and apparently its ingredients are pretty uncommon. Oh, I guess that makes sense, yeah. I wouldn't have thought about that. Okay. Okay, that fan's on. Oh, I can't. I could turn on the overhead light and then the overhead fan. It's fine. It's fine. I'm that person who would hunt down as much of the mats as possible to save money and end up spending more from all the boards. That actually sounds exactly like something I would do. Also, Broom, are you leveling all jobs 50 or something? I saw a lot of non-paladin activity. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, what am I doing? This Dragoon. Yeah, trying to get to 60 for the titles. Oh, cool. That makes sense. And also to clear my inventory. That makes sense too. My inventory just constantly stays crazy. My armory chest is... The problem now is that I have so many classes that I need all this gear for something. And at some point they stop sharing gear, so it feels bad, even. Look how many rings I have. For what? For what? Absolutely nothing. Get rid of most of those. I would say that is kind of the benefit of leveling up certain classes at the same time, especially like the gathering and the crafting classes, because you do share some gear, you know, for those levels, which is nice. I almost have a page of free space. I haven't had this much free space in years. I don't even know what my inventory. Yeah, my inventory is pretty full too at the moment, but honestly, it's because I have a bajillion of these potions that I don't know what to do with. I mean, these, I guess I kind of need them on hotbars, but is there a class that can craft these? I imagine there is, right? Is there like an alchemist job? I don't even know. There is an alchemist job. I bet they make potions, right? Using reagents and stuff. Yeah. All right, cool. You could probably just sell all those potions for pennies, for the pennies they're worth. You're probably right. I never use potions. That's probably not something I'm supposed to say out loud, but I never do. There's one thing that I wanted to do before we move on. It's actions and traits. It's extras. It's command panel. We want to add it to this. There we go. Beautiful. Usually have high quality hyper potions on hand for emergencies. I think alchemist can also can fix the orchestrations if I remember. I think you're right. I think it is the alchemist that does that, which is why I need to get it up and going, because I love those orchestration rolls. I think that's like my end game. The mounts are cool, minions are cool, orchestration rolls are forever. Like, I love those things. Yeah, that'll be my end game. I think this is my second to last serving of watermelon limeade, which is probably for the best because it's not my favorite flavor, but it's okay. Man, do you guys want to help me? Sort out my outfit for this ceremony? The theme is knights in white. I mean, who's more knightly than Dion Lesage, right? Like, I just want to look like Dion. That's all I want to do. On massage. Final Fantasy 16 images. Like. Look at. This guy is just so good. If I could show you, I would. Do I have... Hold on. This is gonna get crazy here for a second. Give me a moment. That's probably not even worth it right now. I'm probably gonna have to dye some gear, aren't I? Also, I need a corsage. It says come with a corsage. I don't even know how to wear a corsage. Also, please also wear a purple cherry blossom corsage.
Let's take a roll here.
Good morning, friend. It's Dragon. Hello, Dragon. Is that a that's probably a market board thing, right? I think they are headpieces in this game. Oh.
Drink water. Become.
Where is the nearest? Are those message boards or boards there? I think so. Cheers to you, Dragon. You have a few? If I could buy one from you, I'd appreciate it. Unless I can find one really quickly here. I don't know what I'm looking for. Cherry... Why aren't we typing? That's why. Cherry, blossom, I don't know how... Goodness, corsage. My brain doesn't want to work. This is probably not how you spell corsage, is it? It looks wrong and right at the same time. Cherry, blossom. That is how you spell it. Nice. Look at that. No matching items. Well, that's a bummer. Are they not sellable? Oh no. Gotta check partial match. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, right, because of this. Should see them selling for like 300. I got one for 100. Never mind, Dragon. Boom. Got it. You could Google Dion Glamour. I forget what site it is, but there's one where peeps submit glamour sets. Yeah, it's I do know what you're talking about. I've used it. I don't remember what it's called. I had it pulled up and now it's gone. No. Let's see. FF14 Dion Lesage Glamour. Eorzea Collection, I think, is the site that everybody uses. I think the last time I just had I think the last time I had not issues. The only problem was I don't think I could add I don't think I had access to some of this stuff. Or maybe it was just that level 2 equip is level 80. Yeah, that's my concern. But I can glamour everything now, right? Even if I can't... Can I glamour or wear something that isn't glamored? That's... I'm sorry, brain is not working. Can I glamour something that I can't wear? Like, because of the restrictions removed, can I do that now? I don't know. Let's look this up. How much is this going to cost me? Do I care? It's for a friend. I don't need the gill anyway. Augmented Rathalos male. No matching items. That's unfortunate. Did I spell something wrong? I wonder how much of this isn't. Well, maybe today we're gonna be spent. Unsellable, market prohibited. Great. It's a weaver. Oh. Untradeable. Good. Good. We're off to a good start already. Where can I get this then? Oh, the Rathalos mail. Isn't this the isn't this one of the events? Rathalos is like a character from. Oh no. Okay, I can buy it from a smithy in Kagune. Monster Hunter Trial. That's what I was thinking too, right? It sounds Rathalos is a monster from Monster Hunter. It says I can buy it from Smithy in Kugane. Maybe? Do I have to do anything? I don't know. Off to Kugane we go. Sorry, friends. I didn't think this was gonna. Well, you know, I didn't really think too far ahead today, but you buy them with Rathalos scales though. Would need to do the Great Hunt trial many times. Which I can't do. Isn't that a level 90 quest? The vow renewal is on the 31st. Thank you for letting me know that. Maybe there's another one I can look for, or maybe there's an... It's level 70, I think, is it? I've never done it. False Monarchy armor, also unsellable. I think it's the Yorha. Okay, the Yorha boots are also market prohibited. So all this stuff is okay, well, looks like I'm gonna have to play this game a lot offline. Also, everything that I need is market prohibited. Great. So market board is useless to me. So I don't really like that one. I'm just being picky, probably, more than anything else. I just want to look... I wish I could show you the picture. I'm going to post this in Discord. I just want to look like him. Is all I want. Copy image. Where am I going to post this? Gaming. Based. I just... hard. I feel like this is not much to ask, you know? It's also my background. Well, one of my backgrounds. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do this offline, unfortunately. It looks like a lot of the stuff that I want, these things don't even exist. These pieces don't exist. So... gonna have to... figure it out. Depending on when you were grinding, I can maybe help out. I appreciate it. I'll have to see. I don't know what the exact plan is. I mean, also I could just go to maybe... I could probably just find something, right? That isn't too crazy. Probably gonna be cheap. I would say cheaper, but I feel like people take these glamours very seriously. For good reason, you know, I'm not mad about it. Here I am trying to do the same thing, so I can't really, like, be upset, but I've got my corsage at the very least. Worst comes to worst, I can... There's the corsage. I mean, I could really just dye something all white, right? I mean, I don't have to look exactly like it. I can just switch on over, switch to a more appropriate lance, and then go from there. That's probably what we'll end up doing, just to I mean, the Dragoon sets already look knightly, right? That's kind of their whole thing. Okay, well, back to what we were doing then. Back to the regularly scheduled programming. Thank you, everyone, for letting me go on a tangent there for a bit. It's a little out of it. Definitely figure it out. I think you have to... Do you have to buy dyes? Aren't they like... Maybe some of them I think are free, but I don't know entirely how it works. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Not a big deal. Let's go. Let's start this. Let's make some progress before my head explodes. An unwelcome guest. The manager of suites is wearing a grave expression. Uh-oh. Ah, begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? I mean, I did perchance to head outside. If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. World has it, Yulmore has dispatched its military Lakeland. Why would it do that? Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Of course he is. The Ocular. I always forget where I want to go. The launch, right? No. The mean. No. Oh. It's right there. The docile gate the entire time. Every time I play this game again, I gotta remember what all my buttons are. Kind of like riding a bike. It just takes a couple seconds to get used to it all, but... The downside, I'm only playing like once a week.
You are come at a good time. As you may have
Good.
heard,
Hello,
we have
crystal
something of a
douchebag.
quandary on our hands.
Look at that, you can just see through his little portal thing.
Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one
Laxon
of its
Loft.
airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Lord Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
Right now, apparently. Did I miss the one scene?
I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him?
Which scene? I don't remember. This is immediately after. So we went and we picked up Alphino. We went and picked up Alizé. Are you talking about the one scene where the Sin Eater comes down and kills the one woman, and then the stuff starts oozing from her eyeballs? That scene was pretty grotesque. And then after that, we went and did Holminster Switch. Yeah, the horror scene. Yeah, it was definitely a horror scene. It went off the rails a bit on that one.
A moment, Captain, if you would.
It was kind of disturbing. Wanted to see a reaction. It was,
Everyone gather round.
I think I was more stunned than anything else. Pretty crazy.
I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
Well, that's fancy. We're invisible.
Enter.
He's a manipulative guy, isn't he? I think he's supposed to be a good guy. I still think he's the cat boy from the Crystal Tower. So I imagine we're supposed to like him. He's pretty manipulative, yeah? He's like not... I mean, maybe it's just survival, right? He's done a lot. He's had to do a lot to survive. Who's this guy?
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself.
Huh.
To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
Ranjit. Why does that sound familiar? Wow, look at him. He looks like he's straight out of Mortal Kombat. That looks like... He looks like the main villain from like one of the Mortal Kombat games, doesn't he?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
Maybe.
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmor's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater.
What relations? They eat us.
Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
Retribution. Blah, 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 blah.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky.
Well, at least he's standing on business. I'll give him that.
Considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution.
He's calling his bluff. He's like, all right, if you want to fight, we're going to fight.
Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in
He
motion.
really is. It's just like, all right, bring it on. Look at, wow. I mean, I'll give him that.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 Sin Eaters changes nothing.
Clearly that's not the case, otherwise he wouldn't be here.
The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn.
That's a very nihilistic point of view, isn't it?
By my master's grace, may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry.
Thanks. I'm sure the general of the Yulmor armies needed to be here for that.
You would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events.
He knows.
To throw themselves upon Yulmor's mercy. Promptly.
Promptly. I mean, clearly it's a show of force, right? You don't send a general to send a message. Or to relay a message. Well, you do. It's just, you know, not in words, necessarily.
One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
I know no such artist.
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
That's fair, because we're neither of those two things.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
I really can't wait to murder Vothri. That sounds bad. I really can't help to pop Vothri like a cherry. That also sounds bad. I can't wait to roll Vothri off of his golden throne and over the edge of the tower. Yeah, that sounds better. Somehow getting worse between take 1 and 2. That was the joke, Andy. Thank you. Thank you. I thought we recovered well.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
You're not, Alizé. We were all there. We saw it too.
I fear he did.
He knows. He's clearly good.
The general is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmor's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
That kind of makes sense. Although it's, I don't know if it's a trope. I mean, I guess it's kind of a trope, but whatever. The general who's kind of like lost all hope. That kind of seems what it is here in the situation. If he's been fighting Sin Eaters for so long, he's like, I've been doing this for years, you know, decades even. I've been fighting against, you know, evil and death for so long. It's like, it's never ending. War never ends. So, you know, him assuming that, or him just saying like the world is dead, like there's no coming back from it, all we can do is survive. It's, it is nihilistic, but it comes clearly from years of experience, you know? He survived this long for a reason. And it's almost like a contradiction. I kind of like that in a lot of generals and things like that, or in a lot of characters, is where the words that they say don't necessarily match the actions that they take. Clearly he's not like a good guy, right? Like I'm not, you know, praising him for that, but if he really, he says he was fighting the Sin Eaters before he fell under the service of Vothri. So that's very telling, I think.
If Yulmor chose
He
to
kind of
send
gave
such an
in,
individual, we
gave
must
up.
assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat.
Yeah, you must assume that.
While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It's okay, we're leaving.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmor has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Luxon Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia.
Wow. Is this the first time we're hearing of Minfilia?
It may be that General Ranjit
Alphino
wishes
doesn't
to
seem-
convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Having mentored generations of Minfilias. Is that implying that there have been other Oracles of Light? Like Minfilia is not the first Oracle of Light that he has mentored? Or does that imply that Minfilia, as the Oracle of Light, is like consistently reborn, like it's a cycle? I don't know. Well, maybe, I don't know why I asked this question. We'll probably find out in the next sentence, but mentored generations of Minfilias. Yeah, that's very interesting. What interesting wording. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to do this. It just happens that way. It's not like I played ahead, okay? I promise I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm really... Yeah, I mean, I guess we're probably gonna get the answer the same way, but is it the Minfilia?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you.
Oh, great. The library?
Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
Whereas Scriptine needs to hire
Right.
you.
Though I'm still not sure I understand it all
I don't know about
myself.
that. Did you watch Parks and Rec? I love Parks and Rec.
I will set about making provisions for war.
Love it. I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times, but it's been a while now. Your reaction to the library was so... Oh, the library! I just like that it's called the Cabinet of Curiosities. Some of my favorite parts of Parks and Rec are the... Oh, the... Why can't I think of, like, the open houses where they bring up the citizens come in and they're talking about, you know, different grievances that they have in the community. I always remember the one lady who's like, I found a sandwich like the mayonnaise tasted funny. It's just like it's so stupid. And I guess they got influence from like actual real complaints that certain Parks and Rec or certain community board members had in the past. It's oh man, so funny. Hey Dan, we're doing all right. How are you? Actually, we're not doing all right. I'm in a lot of pain today, but we're living. How are you? I'm trying to make the best of it. We're trying to positive vibes only today. It helps. I saw a sign that said "Don't drink the water," so I made sun tea with it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's hilarious. So I made sun tea with it. Arguably the worst thing you can do. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of how long people leave the tea out there. But apparently sun tea is not very good for you. I grew up drinking it too. And it can really mess with you. So it's like layers upon layers of ineptitude. I'm doing good. I was outside with my friend again. I hope the rest of your day will be better. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. I'm glad you are having fun. Words hard. I'm glad that you were having fun with your friend. What did you guys do? Yes. If you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. Go figure. They are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. I would guess so. Who's the... I don't remember his name. Oh, Chris Pratt. I wish Chris Pratt was a better person, because he was absolutely hilarious on that show. Like... just hilarious. I mean, everybody. I think the cast of that show is one of the best, period. But I wish I could appreciate it more now that I know he's not very good. But it's okay. Positive vibes only. Andy's hilarious. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. We went to a nearby forest, but we returned after a short time because of cold. I understand. That makes sense. Were you just walking around? Just chatting it up? Have you seen or talked to Jay since the last time we talked? After I finished off some few outstanding tasks, that is, while I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle Light, it's called. I like how this guy is educating me through picture books, like children's picture books. Though it's intended for younger readers, there it is. I just said so. It provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. But yeah, we just walked around. Only texted her once on Christmas after that. Oh, nice. Should, I say, for while there is a place for everything here, not everything is always in its place. Despite my best efforts, in short, if the book is not where it should be, it will almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. Thanks, Maureen. Appreciate that. Did you all chat a bit on Christmas, or was it a quick, like, Merry Christmas text and then moving on? Just because it's meant for a younger audience doesn't mean it's not good. That's true. I just reread the Percy Jackson series. My sisters really like that. I've read it quite a few times. But I reread it because I want to read all of them. I'm reading the Kane Chronicles right now, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's not as good, but that's not fair to say. I am not enjoying it as much as I think I was enjoying Percy Jackson, but maybe it's just because I think when I read Percy Jackson now, it's more like nostalgic, and when I'm reading the Kane Chronicles, I realize like how much I've kind of outgrown it, I suppose, if that makes sense. But the Kane Chronicles aren't bad. I'm trying to get through that one, and then there's the Roman God series, and then now there's new Percy Jackson books, like 6 and 7 or something like that. But yeah, I really enjoyed Percy Jackson. Merry Christmas, and I asked her about her gifts, and then she asked me about my big gifts, and I told her about that. Oh, that's nice. A good little natural conversation. Proud of you for reaching out. Generally, I thought Percy Jackson was the best. I was attempting to read the one with the Egyptian gods and didn't like it as much. That's what I'm reading. The Kane Chronicles is about the Egyptian gods. I do like the... I mean, some of it's kind of fun, but... I'm on book 2 now. Just as your eyes begin to blur, they finally come to rest on a copy of The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I fell short of my 50 books a year mark last year. I only read 46. But to be fair, I didn't read from like March to June. So, or maybe it was like February to June. I read 3 books in January and February, and then I didn't touch another book until June. And so since then I read 43 books in, you know, that many months. I don't know how many that is. It doesn't really matter. So I'm a little sad that I missed my 50 book mark. I try to read about 50 books a year. So this year I'm trying to, you know, do some stuff. Get started a little bit sooner. I mean, it's only January now, so hopefully I don't have another slump, but we'll see. Played some more Xenoblade yesterday, and I think the bad guys might actually be the good guys. I feel like that's kind of the theme for Xenoblade in a lot of ways, right? I think Xenoblade has, they have a lot of, I don't want to say, well, like gray characters, or characters with gray motivations. Have you found the book? Yeah, there it is. You can have it. Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I've finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Oh, friends. Come over, please. Let's read this children's book together. Without further ado, then. It began 100 years ago, when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvant. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. That's our Minfilia. The name of the main villain was spoiled to me, and the bad guys went after him. They actually prioritized him over us. Interesting. Morin, you are the best. Morin's pretty great. Naught was known about her, save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm she came to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. 15 years later. Okay, interesting. Okay, these are some great illustrations. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vauber, I don't know, Vauber, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire, she was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Ah. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. So did Minfilia die in the stopping of the flood? Did she like use all her energy? Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered unto her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. And true to her words, some years later, another young girl was discovered who possessed the self-same eyes, that self-same hair, and those self-same powers. Oh, cool. She too took the name Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. Wow, okay, I think we're getting a little bit more into like Raijin as well. I mean, could you imagine like seeing the same girl over and over and over again die? Like, that, I mean, does it make it any better? I guess he's used to seeing lots of soldiers die, but like, this seems to be cyclical, obviously. And Raijin, she said they specifically said that he mentored several generations of Minfilias. Wow, insane. Okay. I kind of feel a little bit more empathy for the general. And that concludes the tale. Meeting time for a bit. Yay, story progression. Enjoy your meeting, Andy. We'll be here as long as I can be. I think I want to try to get through at least the first dungeon, which is Don Meg. And then we'll see where we can go from there. I mean, I've been live for an hour and I'm not even done with the first mission, so we'll see what I can do. As long as my head is intact, we'll do our best to play the game. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some, perhaps. The truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. Oh, wow. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant to the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not. But all were made to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. That's depressing. That's sad. What can you tell us of this current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care, or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name. But by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncontrollable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to the peace, and so they kept her under lock and key. I think this leads more credence to that when we got kicked out of Yulmore the first time, I say kicked out, when we took that kid and ran off and left, there was a guy standing by the doorway and we couldn't see his face. I think this further lends evidence to that being Thancred. Thancred is probably in Yulmore trying to get Minfilia. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save that it was in the Yulmorans' best interest for her to remain under their control. But then, 3 years ago, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Never mind, she's already been stolen. So maybe that wasn't Thancred. I think it's still Thancred. Indeed. Well, I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Morin. Thanks, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Dion? Outside of Morin's ears. Wow, poor Minfilia. I mean, I guess she doesn't have memories, right? That's what they're saying, is that she doesn't share the memories or the experience of her past selves. So maybe, I mean, it's still a terrible situation for a young girl to be in, to have to fight Sin Eaters, whether she wants to or not, it sounds like, which is even worse. But like, poor Minfilia, just in general. And now she's been she was a prisoner for 12 years, I guess, before Thancred, I'm guessing, broke her out. As you will have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. Yep. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why they have not yet had a chance to meet them. Or you have not had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It could only be her that the people of the first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. I guess, really, it depends what you believe by being the same person, right? It's like, does a person who has a traumatic brain injury and has amnesia and can't remember who they are or where they're from or the people around them, are they the same person? I don't know. Some people who have traumatic brain injuries, their entire personality changes, right? Are they the same person? I don't know. I feel like that's more of a philosophical question than an actual, like, definition, right? What's the most rewarding project you've worked on? Project. I guess it depends on your definition of project. I think the biggest project that I'm most proud of is when I was a Green Dot instructor for the Air Force. So I was an instructor. Green Dot is an interpersonal violence prevention program, and it's designed to educate people on the signs and symptoms of interpersonal violence, and then equip them with the tools to intervene when possible. And so a lot of it is based on like the bystander effect, and how, you know, the majority of people are when they, you know, in normal day-to-day life, are neither the perpetrator or the victim of interpersonal violence. They're bystanders. They're seeing it. They're witnesses to something. And so the whole program was designed to, you know, give people some routes and like ideas of what to look for. And it was a big undertaking. And I personally, like, of the 16,000 people that were stationed on Travis Air Force Base at the time, I, no joke, trained nearly all of leadership, and over 50%, like 10,000 people, I trained personally on that program. And that was a pretty big deal. That's probably what I'm most proud of. I've did some other cool things, but that's probably my biggest one. In a year, mind you, 10,000 people in a year. It was a lot. It was a lot. I trained auditoriums full of people. Like, towards the end, when we were coming up on usually we try to keep the groups decently small. But obviously towards the end of the year, you know, when they had our goals and we had to meet them and things like that, I was teaching auditoriums full of like over 1,000 people at once. Again, not ideal, but necessary. So the last time this question of the day came up, you said you saved some kid or something. You did some crazy shit. Well, look at that. I guess it just depends where my mindset is at. That wouldn't be a project, right? My most rewarding experience probably would have been something about saving him. That I do know what story you're talking about. That was when I saved the soldier in Germany. That's definitely something to be proud about. But I wouldn't consider that a project. That was more of like an accomplishment or something, like an act that I was proud of. Yeah. I forget the question of the day. Oh, it's no worries. I understand what you mean. Some of these sound very similar. I'm sure some of them will repeat. They have repeated, you know? So, no worries. But yeah, that was a big project. That was like a big thing. Because it was a brand new program. Like within a year, we were trained, and then we had to go on base and figure out how we were going to do it logistically. We had to like perfect our own like instructor like tendencies, I guess, you know. We were taught all the material. It was like a 2-week course. So we were flown out to Virginia, and we were taught all these things, like the instructors, you know. It's a private, it's a public, or not public, but it's a private company. And so it was, you know, there was like over 100 of us in the class. And we were given 2 weeks to learn all the material. So we were given like this big textbook essentially, and it was just 8 hours of instruction for 2 weeks. And then we had to teach. We had to, you know, one of the things to be certified was we were given a lesson. So all the things that we'd learned essentially. So the first week and a half was instruction. And then the last half week was the practical part of it. And so we were given a topic and we had to develop our own lesson. So we had to create a lesson plan and we had to come up with like how we were going to instruct it using the materials that we had. And so that was pretty fun. So we were given 2 weeks of instruction, and then when we came back, we had like another 2 weeks, maybe a month or something like that, to get our group together on base. So we had to take the information that we got, and then we had to go on back and we had to instruct the instructors, right? Because we obviously, there were like 4 of us. Maybe there were 5 of us. I think there were 5 of us. There were 2 officers and 3 NCOs. And so the 5 of us had to go back and we had to teach our team. So we had to select people. And so there were, at the end, I think there were a little over a dozen of us. I think 15 was the number we were given. And we ended up with like a dozen people who were consistent and who could actually teach the material. And so we had to go back and teach the other 7 instructors how to do it. And then after that, we all branched out and we had to like actually develop these classes. So each of us as an instructor went out and we taught classes. Again, usually we were trying to keep it small at the beginning because that's what was recommended, you know, for things like that. It was a lot of hands-on instruction. It was an 8-hour course. Was it 8? Or was it like 6? I don't remember. It was like a full day of instruction though. And so you wanted small groups so that people could interact and talk and things like that. And yeah, so teaching leadership was probably the most, I would say, rewarding. You never know what you're going to get when you talk to upper level managers. And when I say leadership, I'm talking about like the base commanders, like unit commander, wing commander, all the chiefs and the first sergeants. And like, we're talking to people who are in charge of running the base. And I taught 90% of those myself. I think there were only a handful that the others taught. And so you never know what you're going to get into, but I got really lucky. And maybe it was not really luck. Maybe I mean, I'm good at what I was doing. I was good at, clearly, because they threw me in front of thousands of people. But I think I feel like I got pretty lucky because all of the leadership was pretty receptive. There were a couple like standouts and there were a couple things that, you know, had to be clarified and things like that. But overall, it went as smoothly as it could go, I suppose. But yeah, sorry, now I'm rambling, but that's my favorite project. I think interpersonal violence is clearly a prevalent issue in our society, and it unfortunately is a pretty big deal in the military in general, and it was a lot of fun though. It was good stuff. Okay. Yeah, they're not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I don't think Thancred does understand that. I think Thancred sees Minfilia and knows he needs to protect her. He made a promise to her father. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. You can be proud of so many things. I mean, I think I've just put myself in a position to do a lot of cool things. Or I've been put in a position to do a lot of cool things. Some things just happen to you, you know? Just gotta make the most of it. There you go again, talking in a roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. Also, I think, you know, going into law enforcement and going into the military in general, right? It's a lot of sink or swim stuff. You either like coast through, or you struggle and you get out early, or you make the most of it and you progress and you push on. And there are certain career fields. It's like talking to a firefighter, right? Like, or talking to an EMT. You know, all those. That's all they do all day is put out fires. You know, both literally and figuratively. So I think those kinds of jobs lend themselves to, you know, putting yourself in a position of things that most people would consider to be that you can be proud of. You know, saving a life is always a rewarding experience, you know? And I don't know, for me and a lot of the times for us, it just seems like part of the job. You know, it's just what we do. It's what we signed up for. And I think plenty of people have things to be proud of every single day. It's just people put a lot of weight on, I don't know, directly saving a life, if that makes sense. Whereas there's so much logistical support that goes into that. You know, there's so many other jobs and so many other things that lend themselves to the mission that's being done. Not everything can be hands-on. And we're all important, you know. It's just finding things. You have to be proud of yourself regardless of what you're doing. You have to find pride in what you do, and you have to, you know, find a way to be happy. And if you can't, then it's probably a good indication that you need to be doing something else, right? What's the saying? The meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give it away, right? Like, I really resonate with that a lot, about just finding what life means to you, and then finding ways to share that with other people. I think it's really important. Everyone needs to do that. Everyone, you know, within their means. Anyway, more rambling. All right. Talking about in a roundabout way, if you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. We should definitely rescue Minfilia. It just so happens I agree with you. Of course you do, Alize. You're the doer. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Heidelin's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Dion? Right. One's generally been enough, but fine. Dion's getting sassy. I think somebody said that is like, this is the beginning of like sassy Dion. It kind of, it certainly seems that way. I see you've made up your minds. Oh, look who it is. Exarch, what brings you here? This is his city. This is what he does. He puts himself in positions that he's not invited to. A report and a proposal. Crystal douchebag. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Yulmoran forces at Loxen Loft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. Wow. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. Oh. Okay. Sure. The Exarch is eager to delve into the details of his proposal. Please do. Scotsman!
You were doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's
Scotsman, I didn't even know you were streaming today. Did I miss you on the thing? Hello. How are we? What were we even playing? I don't even know. Let's see. You were playing... Oh, that's right. No, I did see you this morning. You were playing No Rest for the Wicked. They just got the Together update. How's that? How's that? If I wasn't so, like, addicted to Path of Exile 2 right now, I'd probably give No Rest for the Wicked a shot. Most likely, I was just streaming for over 6 hours. That's a good amount of time, friend. Those games seem to go by fast. The last couple days I've streamed Path of Exile, it's been like 7-hour days too, which is a lot. Well, that's awesome. How are we? How's life? How's the game? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining Scotsman in his raid. My name's Jonathan, for those who don't know. Scotsman's raided me a few times, so you might know. But we play a variety of different stuff. Mostly RPGs. Lately, we've been playing some Front Mission 3, or playing through the Front Mission franchise. We do Final Fantasy 14 on Fridays. We've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on the weekends. And then this last week we've been playing some Path of Exile 2 as a filler kind of game. The rest is currently free to play until like the 4th. Is it really? On Xbox or Steam or like through Game Pass kind of thing? I need to check it out. I am a big fan of ARPGs, and apparently this game looks pretty good. On Steam. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to check it out then. Thank you for the heads up. How are you liking it? Also, for anybody who needs to raid and run, I completely understand. Go take care of yourselves. Definitely important. Right now, we are in the Shadowbringers DLC of Final Fantasy XIV. So it's a lot of story to sum up. But general gist of it is, we're the Warrior of Light. We're fighting against the darkness. Kind of. The Ascians are trying to summon this primal called Zodiark to bring about the 8th calamity, Umbral Calamity. And we've been working very hard to stop them from doing so. And now we actually got summoned to a completely different world, who is actually the complete opposite, where it's actually the Warrior of Darkness that is trying to save the world. And so we're kind of taking on that role here. It's all kind of complicated, but I do sort of need to raid and run, need to take the kid out bed. Completely understand, but we'll be back as always. We will be here. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope the little one falls asleep quickly and you get some rest and get some food too. It sounds like you have been, if you've been streaming for 6 hours, you probably haven't eaten. So get some food. Take care of yourself. Super important. I had some pizza for lunch. It was delicious. All right, let's go. I'm also tired. I believe it.
But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary.
Rabble, 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 rabble. Rabble, 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 rabble.
'Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all.
We're going to war with Yulmore.
As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the general condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war.
There would be war. No one likes war.
Let none be mistaken.
Well, okay. No one who has to fight in a war likes war.
Indeed, to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart.
Look at him being all motivational.
My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
That.
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, Trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do,
His accent's,
we will.
his accent's cool.
Aye.
These are all like the community leaders.
Hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for?
They all seem ready to fight.
We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost.
Look at Morin
But even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not.
over here quoting the Exalt back to himself.
We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Well said, Cassard. Well said.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more.
You kind of have already.
So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmor's ultimatum.
Wow, look at him. It's a big deal.
Here, here!
Here, here. Dion's look of shock. Okay, so we're not going to rescue
In planning a
Minfilia just yet.
strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
Like, we're not strategists.
And there you have it. If Yulmor wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
Quite literally, in this case. Well, I mean, according to Yulmor, anyway.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland.
Amaro are like
They
the
should serve
chocobos
to
at this
delay the
area.
airship's departure.
He's the Amaro, like,
At the
herder.
same time, we scatter dream powder
Caretaker.
from the air.
Green powder.
Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Wow. Chemical warfare.
Very good. See to your preparations.
Okay, we're just war criminals now. I mean, I guess what is magic anyway, you know? Alizé's rapier is super cool. I didn't realize how big it was. It looks huge on her, doesn't it? My goodness, that weapon is large.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
Alizé.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Great. That's a cool salute. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before. Not that I can recall, anyway. That's pretty neat. Okay, so for those of us just joining us, and as a refresher to myself, if you're confused by what's going on, don't worry, I kind of am too. We all are. It's just part of the story until all the pieces... Is that... Sorry, I got distracted. This guy looks like a little bit of a Cloud reference, but with a staff. Anyway, it's got the blonde hair and the Kingdom Hearts Cloud. Anyway, so this world, so usually the Warrior of Light, the main character, is from a place called Hydaelyn. It's the source. It's like the main, I don't know, universe kind of situation. So the source, the planet is called Hydaelyn. The continent that we start on is called Eorzea. Why does that matter? Maybe it doesn't. Anyway, there's like multiple universes. So there's all these other universes out there, or like, maybe galaxies, universes. It's all kind of up in the air right now at this point in the story. But they're called shards, and they're kind of like mirrored, similar versions to the source itself, but they all represent like different elements of the source. So in this case, this is called the First. The planet, or the shard that we're on right now, is called the First. And at the end of, I think it was the Heavensward expansion, so I think maybe it was, I don't think it was A Realm Reborn. I think it was Heavensward, yeah. We encountered and fought the Warriors of Darkness, and they were from the First. And on their world, the light has vastly overwhelmed the darkness, and the light was devouring their world. So as you can see on our map here, this area here, everything outside of this is called Norvart, or Norvrant, I think is this kind of continent. Everything outside of here has been devoured by light. And so we sent Minfilia. Minfilia became the mouth, the voice of Hydaelyn, which is kind of the goddess of the planet that we reside on the source. We sent Minfilia over here to the First to aid the Warriors of Darkness, or to stop what she could, and that's exactly what she did. So she was able to show up, and even though it's been, I think, only a year or so, maybe a couple of years in-game time on our world at the source, here in Norvant, it's been 100 years. And so 100 years ago, Minfilia came back, she became the Oracle of Light, and she stopped the flood of light, from devouring all of this continent. So that's where we're at right now. There's been a couple of places. This is the Crystarium, so this is where the Exarch and where the main hub is right now. Over here is Yulemold, which is right now kind of the bad guys. The Yulemold has a man named Vothri, who we don't know if he can like control the Sin Eaters, but he's able to hold them back somehow, some way. We think he's kind of doing it through some form of like sacrificial magic. He's sacrificing people to the Sun Eaters to keep them at bay. But because they can do that, they kind of have a power over, you know, a lot of the continent as it is, because they don't get attacked. Whereas everybody else, the Sun Eaters, which are these like demon-like creatures that come from the light, they will attack and consume people. They can also infect them with light blight or something like that. It's like a blight of some kind, and it will turn them into Sun Eaters. So that's kind of how they propagate. And yeah, so in this Exarch here, this jerkhole, he summoned us. He pulled our souls from the source into the First, right in the middle of a main battle. Actually, we nearly died. We would have died in the real world, but luckily we were saved by someone named Estinian. Doesn't really matter at the moment, but it does. And so yeah, we're here trying to help the First out, because we've discovered that the reason that the calamities, so like every 1,000 years or so, there's like a calamity that occurs and kind of resets the earth, or resets the world, resets the source, does a lot of damage. And we've discovered that the reason those calamities happen is when a shard undergoes some crazy imbalance change. It starts to break down and then is reabsorbed by the source. And so every time a shard is reabsorbed by the source undergoes a calamity, and you know, millions of people die. So we're trying to prevent that from happening. There you go. Hope that helped. I probably skipped over some things and missed some things, but that's the gist of it. So, you'll be joining the guard, but however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? I wouldn't ask for it. Where's your salute, soldier? Ooh, do I get to learn a salute? Look at that. Isn't that a cool salute? I've never seen a salute like that. Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempts, certainly. Now, first things first, you will need uniforms. Go to the crystalline mean and report to Catelys. She will see you measured and fitted. Love it. I'm going to be getting some gear. We love gear. I am a novice when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV. I've been playing calendar-wise for, I don't know, a year and a half now, but we really only play, unfortunately, like 1 day a week, just because of how the schedule falls. And I haven't spent too much time playing offline, so I don't know. I don't know much. I'm still learning. I feel like we've come a long way, but you know that this game is huge. We're only on the 3rd expansion, and there are 6 expansions. So after 6, is that correct? There are 5 expansions. So there's the base game, which is A Realm Reborn, and then there's Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and then Endwalker, and then Dawn Trail. So there are 6 main stories, 5 expansions. We're on 3 of 5. Or 4 of 6 if you count stories, but you know, 3 of 5 expansions. And there's the last of them. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way. We'll see to it you look your dashing best for your first outing. Great. We're being measured. Also, the main or the current content nothing changed. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. Oh, those are just measurements. Never mind. I see. How goes it? What was I trying to say? Oh, the current content, Dawn Trail, is on 7.4. We should be getting 7.41, I think, next week. And usually there are 5 half patches, well 6 if you count 5.5, between each expansion. So we're on 7.4 now, which means we'll probably be getting 7.5 in June-ish, and then 7.55 shortly after that. And that will be the last main patch of the current content. And then we will be going into 8.0 sometime in the future. I don't think we've got any announcement whatsoever of that, so I'm not sure if there's been leaks. I haven't been following along. I try not to spoil anything for myself when it comes to this game, so I don't really know what's coming. Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's ready to fit. But we do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it, and have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. Yasuka! Grumpy Raid, I'm slow. Hey, no worries, friend. I'm slow today, too. Welcome. I don't think I've met you before. My name's Jonathan. How are you? I might have seen you in Grumpy's chat. I'm usually lurking. If I'm not streaming, I'm usually lurking in someone's chat. But how are we today? Good. Good. What do you play? What's your genre of choice these days? I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. Scotsman plays so many games that I never know where his friends are coming from. Like, Scotsman bounces around so much. He goes from, like, I don't know. We've been friends, like stream friends for I don't know, maybe over a year now. I couldn't even tell you, but Like, he's gone from Warframe to Elder Scrolls Online to, like, now he's playing Paper Mario and Jurassic World Evolution, and just today he started a new game, No Rest for the Wicked. Like, he's he goes to so many different things and is part of so many different communities that I never know where where everybody's coming from. It's cool. He's I can't do that. I need, like, structure in my life. I need some I need a schedule. Same normally, but not been as active on Twitch since moving. I bounce around with games too. The joys of ADHD. See, that's him too. That's what he says as well. It's like he just can't stay focused on one game for too long, so he just bounces around from one to the other. I can't do it. Can't do it. Where did you move to or from, if you don't mind sharing? Was it a far move? Was it a cross-town move? I think, well, we know Scotsman is in Scotland, right? I'm in Texas. I'm in the US over here. So, cross-town. Okay, not bad. Not too bad then, hopefully. Moving is always a chore, but it's a little bit easier when you're just moving from one part of the city to the other. All right, as mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amaro to scatter dream powder from the air to a smaller house as two older kids moved it. Oh, okay. Nice. You're in Scotland too. Nice. Okay, cool. I've unfortunately, I've flown over Europe. I've never been anywhere over there for longer than a day and a half. But I would love to go. I think Scotland's definitely, like, top of the list. But yeah, downsizing sounds lovely. I'm in this, I live by myself, and I have this giant, like, 4-bedroom, well, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Like, I don't need all of this. I would love to downsize, but I'm really just too lazy to start the process. So here we are. Scotland's very pretty in places, but often cold and wet. I'm a fan of the wet. I don't like the cold, I'll be honest with you. And being cold and wet sounds pretty terrible at times. But it is beautiful. What I've seen of it is beautiful. I suppose that can be said for a lot of places, right? You can find the beauty almost anywhere if you look for it. But cool. Have you been in Scotland your whole life? Are you a Scottish native? Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be part of said unit. Correct. The unit will be divided into two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from Ostol Imperative. You and Alphino will join the former. Got it. Theon, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Love it. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Or lady, we don't judge here. Let's see. I used to drive around to all the remote post offices and islands to upgrade them and got lots of lovely images of it. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. How big is Scotland compared to, like, I don't know, anywhere that I'd be familiar with? Let's see. Roughly the size of South Carolina. Okay, so not terribly big, I guess. You could fit about 5 Scotlands in the state that I live in. Okay, actually, you could fit about 8.8 Scotlands in the state that I live in, but still. Got it. Okay. So, I mean, what does it take? Like 4 hours maybe for you to get from, like, border to border? Let's pull up a... let's go... Oh. It's not that big compared to USA. Oh yeah, no, I mean, the US is a pretty big country overall. But driving from one part to the other isn't easy as the road network in the Highlands is a bit mad. That makes sense. I once had a 6-hour detour to get home due to a crash on the 6 hours? My goodness. That's insane. I was, you know, it's funny you say like with the Highlands and stuff. I was just saying, I was just looking to see, it's a little bit smaller than the state of Arkansas, but Arkansas is kind of the same way. Like it has a lot of hills and like winding paths and things like that. It's hard to get through. You can't just take a direct route. You're usually like winding through the hills and stuff like that. And I imagine Scotland is, I mean, similar in that way, right? What just happened? Well, nice. Well, I'm glad. Are you still getting situated? Or are you like done with the move? I feel like you're never really done moving. 2 years later, you're gonna find a box that you never unpacked, and it's just like, okay, well, I guess whatever's in there I didn't need for 2 years. So it's very windy and often single track at places, 60 miles an hour, but cars go both ways on the same lane. My goodness. Yeah, that doesn't seem safe. Just got one room to decorate, but still can't seem to find everything. Yeah, there's always something disappears into the abyss, or you find something that you haven't seen in a decade. It's like, where did this even come from? Like, why do I even still have this? I have a whole room like that. It's right over there. It's just full of collectibles and stuff. It's full of like old games and collectibles and just nonsense that I don't need. That I don't have room for. But they're there. So one day I need to actually do something to get rid of it. But I was doing a photo shoot the other day and couldn't find a lighting modifier I wanted to take. Is that what you do? Or you do you do photography and stuff? That's pretty cool. You're gonna find it somewhere. You're gonna find it in like a kitchen cabinet and wonder how it got there. I'll find it when I look for something else, probably. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, that's cool. What kind of photography do you do mostly? You do nature or portrait? I was an ambassador for Sigma for about 8 years. Oh, okay, I'm not familiar with Sigma, but is Sigma a Scottish-based company, or is it national? Sigma, who makes third-party lenses. Oh, okay, yeah, got it. Camera lenses. That makes sense. Well, cool. I admire photographers and their industry, but I know nothing about any of it. Couldn't tell you a thing about a camera or a lens or, you know, photo composition. I'm unfortunately not a very artistic person. Just in general, I feel like photography, I've always admired more. I have aphantasia, so like when it comes to drawing or other art, like that's difficult for me because I can't create references in my mind, like I can't see images. But photography, you know, it's like taking what you can see and making something beautiful out of it. That's always really cool. I did product stuff, but also did a lot of stuff for the local museums, helping them document it. Oh wow, that's pretty neat. Okay, product photography, so that's really cool. Neat. What's been your favorite thing or favorite project so far? What are you most proud of? That was our question of the day earlier. What project have you been most proud of? Okay, before you proceed to positions, you are to report to Chesamil at Spagrix. Okay, Spagrix? Spagrix? I don't know what that is. She will assist you, or she will issue with a serum to ward off the effects of dream powder. That's super important. I would rather not go to sleep. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend, and we will see you in the field. I like how they gave kind of an in-lore explanation on why I'm not getting all of my gear at once. Like, it has to be fitted to me. That's kind of cool. Usually they just like trickle gear to you as you go through, and now they're like, well, the reason we can't is because we don't have anything in your size. Which I think is, I mean, didn't need to be spelled out, but I think it's cool that they did. It's quite far to the imperative, so you may make use of an Amaro from the rookery. After you have collected the serum, of course. Oops. Yeah, I love that about photography, but grew to love adding my own lights and such. Oh, sure, like taking on your own projects and things is, I feel, a lot of times always more rewarding than following the direction of someone else. I think you can say that about a lot of artists, though, right? I mean, working with clients is always the hardest part. You want some... What is this little guy doing? Who are you? Hello, little guy. What is he just doing here? I don't know. You obviously want some direction from your client, but when they're trying to micromanage every little aspect of it, it obviously gets tedious. But I think being an ambassador for Sigma, they used to fly me down to London to help with events, and I got to meet the CEO while he was there with a team of his best engineers. Hey, that's super cool. Wow. I guess it makes sense. Being an ambassador for 8 years, you probably, you know, had... it makes sense that you would have those kinds of interactions, or at least some of them. That's great. I always got nervous before leaving the house on a shoot, but loved it once it was going. Mostly it was about problem solving on the spot. Yeah. Was it more like, when you say you got nervous, was it more like the social aspect of it? Like you're dealing with people over the actual stuff itself? I know a lot of artists, and I'm generalizing a lot, but I know personally several artists who have, you know, tinges of social anxiety where, you know, they get into art because it's something that they can work on their own, and it's always the interacting with clients that causes the most tension. If you don't mind me asking, what you said you were an ambassador for Sigma for 8 years. What made you stop doing that? Was it just your time, like time to move on, or? Yeah, if I go to a party, I tend to keep myself. That makes sense. That's okay. Being on the fringes of a party is still being a part of something, right? Yes, sweetie. Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard. Come for your dram, are you? There you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Thanks. Now, if it is your first time, I should warn you, it's bitter as sin. Prince's kiss, they call it. But if you ask me, it should be crone's kiss. Hehe. Jests aside, the stuff is really foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow. But if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Gross. Prince's kiss. How funny. Like Sleeping Beauty. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the battlefield. Just have a care you don't lose any limbs out there, all right? They don't tend to grow back. That's a good point. I always thought it was interesting. Healing in magical lore, like different universes or magical universes, is so fascinating to me. Like, sometimes it's like, sometimes it's so extreme that they can just recreate your body, right? And where they can heal pretty much anything. Other times, like in Final Fantasy, for example, I mean, we more or less bring ourselves back from the dead, right? Like with Phoenix Downs, you know, there's always been some lore controversies because there has been character deaths within the Final Fantasy universe, you know, whatever you want to call it, because it's an anthology. But there's been some debate about how Phoenix Downs like actually work, whether it's, you know, somebody's dead or they're just unconscious or what kinds of things. But healing is pretty effective in this universe. Even in Star Wars, though, if you think about it, like with the Bacta tanks and things like that, like they don't regenerate limbs for the most part. I mean, think of Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader, right? Like he lost both his legs and his arm. Like he was pretty messed up. Actually, he has both of his arms missing too. I think his left arm was severed below the wrist, similar to Luke's, right? Luke is missing his right arm as well. Both of Anakin's limbs are now robotic. Both of his legs are machine as well. I think it's just so interesting that we can practically bring people back from the dead, but limb regeneration is oftentimes restrictive. It's even Raban, like Raban in this universe, he's now missing his left arm. So I think it's it's just interesting. Maybe it's a balancing thing. Maybe it's like a dramatic situation. You know, if you can heal from everything, then battle and death and conflict kind of loses its edge, you know? But they got to keep it interesting somehow. Said, yeah, our Thancred's missing his eye now. There's that. He said, yeah, they wanted to get some newer, fresh talent, as the stuff I was doing using Flash didn't suit their newer products either. Oh, okay, got it. Things always change and move on. Of course. And like you said, sounds like you were developing as a photographer too, right? You wanted to go on and work with your own lighting and do your own thing, and sometimes that's just not how it goes. Was it more of a creative difference, or did you find like the lenses themselves they were producing or that you were using weren't as conducive to what you wanted to do? Is it a little bit of both, or was it, you know, more just like creative differences? I've never really gotten into Final Fantasy Online. I think I always talked myself out of playing it as I was too addicted to WoW. I'd only stopped to eat. I completely understand. I played WoW. I played WoW Classic. Well, I played the original release of WoW, and then played up until Wrath of the Lich King, like through Burning Crusade. And then I stopped after Wrath of the Lich King, and I didn't come back till Warlords of Draenor. And then I played for quite a long time. And then most of the MMOs I played after that were free to play. I kind of avoided subscription-based MMOs for a long time, just because I understand I'm kind of the same way. I can get addicted to them pretty easily. This one has been well worth the journey, though. The story in this game is incredible. I'm a big fan of the Final Fantasy universe, having played, you know, 90%. I've played all of the numbered titles, but yeah, I enjoy this quite a bit. I do understand the hesitancy, though. Can't regrow limbs in games where you can revive, yet in real life we are getting closer to regrowing limbs. In, you know, a lot of ways that's true. We are definitely doing better. It's cool that we can reattach limbs. I think that's super neat. Definitely some cool stuff there. It's cool that we can regrow organs. I think that's probably like the next step if we're like regrowing limbs. It's probably not like, I don't think we'll ever be able to naturally regenerate a limb, but I think at some point we probably will be able to grow like lab grown arm, essentially, kind of situation. But the fact that we can grow organs in a lab now is super cool. China they've been working on it for a long time, but it seems like they've just started clinical trials on being able to regenerate teeth, which is a big deal. And apparently it's doing quite well in clinical trials, so it's pretty cool. But I was an ambassador for using their cameras and as the lenses sell themselves. Okay, yeah, well that makes sense, yeah. They don't need help to do that, just announce them. But the cameras were never known really, but they used to use a special sensor, only they had that captures colors in 3 layers instead of a monochrome sensor with a color filter. Oh, but they moved into smaller, more casual cameras. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it sounds like you were just outgrowing them. There was more, it's not that they really wanted fresher blood or newer ideas. It was that you had outgrown what they were trying to produce, and they were looking for people who weren't, who didn't have their own skills, I guess. It's a lot easier to tell someone new to the business how to do something that they want rather than someone who's been doing it for a while. Yes, what do you require of me? I require a Amaro. There we go. An Amaro to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I would like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. What? I'm part of that mission. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you are willing to lend a hand. Sure, what else am I doing? But yeah, like you said, it always goes that way. There's always differences and creative differences and things. And so even if you're not, I don't want to say you didn't outgrow them, but just change. Especially over 8 years, almost a decade, right? Like when it comes to tech, a decade is a lifetime. I mean, it goes so quickly. All of my gear is level 400, right? It's just my weapon that's lagging behind, so I don't need these chest pieces, or I don't need that either. I really need to find a way to upgrade my jewelry. That's the biggest thing that hurts me. Yeah, the newer cameras are not something I can use. I still use their older ones, and are for more snapshots, but also great for film productions. They shoot 4K raw video. Oh wow, they natively do that, like out of the box. That's pretty cool. I mean, I guess that's a silly thing to say, but I mean, if their base cameras now are doing that, they would still hook me up if I asked to borrow stuff. Oh, cool. Well, good. I'm glad you still have a good working relationship with them. That always, you know, helps. Yeah, it's just the weapon that I really need, which I should be getting, I think, in the next mission. Actually, this mission, the mission I'm going to start right now. I need this deep gold weapon coffer. That'll get my weapon up to 400. Zim Jinmai has a task for you, should you be willing. Sure. I was about to deliver an Amaro for Radiska's round, one of the locations whence the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once. Great, let's go. Get to deliver something. You have left the sanctuary. Radiska's round is to the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly. It is up to you. On arriving, make yourself known to the Sentry. She will give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well. I would much rather fly. Look at that. I can actually fly. Very lovely. Let's see. So they found out we share many of these same regeneration-related genes as axolotls that are dormant, that are going to start trials at some point to help people regrow limbs. So it's not just teeth. Interesting. I did know that, like, they were using axolotls, and other lizards like geckos and things like that, because they regularly regrow tails. I knew they were using them as a study. I didn't know that they had discovered any kind of relation between genes, but I mean, it makes sense. A lot of living life shares a remarkable amount of genes. It's gross. There is not much that really separates us, separates us from, a slug, for example. They're testing it on other mammals at the moment, and they have been growing new limbs. Oh, cool. Sounds like a step in the right direction. It's a good ether current. Roy Touch. Speak with Zim Demai at the sensor gate to mount the Amaro, then ride to the Sentry. Why would I do that? I could just... Wait. What? Oh, was I not supposed to get off just yet? Oh, man. That's... unfortunate. I thought that's where I was going. I gotta go all the way back. So compared to Classic WoW, what would you say the difference, is different, better than this? It's really hard comparing this to like Classic WoW because, I mean, that was what, 15 plus years ago, right? Like, Classic WoW came out in 2011? No, Classic WoW was like 2008, wasn't it? I think original WoW was like 2008. And I think this game started in 2011 and then got revamped in 2012, 2013-ish. So I think comparing Classic to now, the biggest thing I would say is I think the story of this game is very incredible. I think the characterizations, there are a lot of effort. There is a lot of effort put into building and developing characters, which I think is super cool. The world itself does feel, I would say, a lot more alive than WoW. From my experience, again, I've not played World of Warcraft, I think, since 2016, 2017, I think. So I can't speak to like how it feels currently. So really a lot of my opinions are just based on, what I experienced then versus what I'm experiencing now. But I would say the world building, I think, is a lot better in this game. I think the music in this game is incredible. It's probably got some of the best music of any franchise, period. I think that's always been a strong suit for Final Fantasy in general. I would say that Final Fantasy also has, there are a lot of cool references to other Final Fantasy games in this. Nothing that's necessary. There's just a lot of little like throwbacks and things like that. Nothing that you need to know, but if you're a fan of the franchise like I have been, it's really cool to see those and experience them. And like when you hear a reorchestration of a song that you love from a previous Final Fantasy game, that's always amazing. When you get character references, like there's Sid in this game, there's Biggs and Wedge in this game. I think all of that's super cool. I think the community of this game has been outstanding. I think Final Fantasy XIV has one of the best communities of any, I would say, of almost any game I've ever played, period. WoW's community, I feel like it's all about the rush. Like, even early on, I remember leveling characters. After the first couple of weeks, everyone just kind of expects you to know things, you know, which is really kind of ridiculous. There's so much, like, that people expected you to know almost immediately. And if you like failed, or if you wiped a couple times, like the party would disband, or they would kick you or whatever. I have never had that issue in this game once. I have probably close to 10 days of playtime at this point, and I've not met a single toxic person, not one. Like, sometimes somebody will, like, if you mess up a couple times, or like a couple, you wipe like once or twice, somebody will just type in the chat like, hey, for this mechanic you need to do this, and then that's it. And like, never had any issues whatsoever. But the party finder in this game is great. The community has been lovely. I've also met a lot of people through the game, which is super cool, and I don't think I've met any bad people. You know, they've all been really neat to interact with. I've met some friends through here. It makes me want to play the game more, which is dangerous, because I'm like you and I'll get addicted and I'll just play and play and play. But again, this is coming from someone who's still not caught up to current content, so I can't speak to, you know, the current situation. I know the most recent patch, or the most recent expansion, Dawn Trail, was not received well early on. And I think it's just because, I think it's mostly because Endwalker was very, very good and was like the end of the current story. It was like a big climax to the story that they've been telling. The main bad guys, you know, they were making a shift. And so Dawn Trail was the beginning of a new story, and I just don't think it resonated with as many people. But according to everything that I've been reading, 7.4, the most recent patch, has really been fixing a lot of that. Then people are now happy to get back into the game, and they think that 7.4 has really brought, it's made the expansion worth it now, which is always good to hear. Yeah, I don't know if that really answered your question, but those are the big things that stand out. The community, the story, and the music, I think, are just lovely. Also, one of the best things that I like about Final Fantasy XIV over any other MMO that I've played is you can have one character and do every job in the game. Like right now, I could switch over to any job that I want to do, and as long as they're up to level, I could do the current content with, right? Like with WoW, you had to like grind out all these, you know, or you had to start a new character, like a brand new character, and start all over and do all that other stuff. Like, I don't have to do that. I can just switch jobs and level that up. And I think that's really, really cool. Because there's a lot of jobs to grind. There's a lot of stuff to do. Race isn't as important in this game. It's kind of irrelevant. It's all cosmetic, really. But yeah, I think it's really neat. You still need to level up the jobs. Don't get me wrong. There's still a grind part of it. It's an MMO. They're not just like giving you things. But the fact that I don't have to go through the whole character creation process again, and you know, some of my classes share gear, and some of my classes, you know, can share, you know, different other things. I just think it's it's definitely useful. And I think WoW had that too with some of the, you know, some things were account bound versus character bound, which makes sense. But still, sorry, I've been rambling and then ignoring what everybody else is saying. My first MMO was Ultima Online, which is still the best game I've ever played. I don't have much experience with Ultima. My first MMO was EverQuest back in the day. I think it was like the first MMO that I played was EverQuest. WoW was about carrot on a stick. Yeah, I don't really feel that it's that you have that problem. Obviously there is gear, and I know that there are like weekly resets for this game as well. I think current content, there is like a weekly lockout where you can only do certain content a couple times a week and then you have to wait till the next one, but I don't think it's as restrictive as WoW was. That was one of the biggest things that I remember about WoW, is not being able to, like, once you finished everything, you were kind of just done. And I haven't gotten I haven't gotten that impression from this current, like from the game currently. But again, I'm not at current content, so I don't have an opinion on that. It's just from the little things that I've tried over here. I'm doing my best to not spoil this game for myself and experience it as I go, which I've really enjoyed doing. But it does, you know, it does limit my knowledge as far as like what's going on currently. But yeah, I've never had an issue. As far as the community and, you know, running through old raids and redoing content, they have a roulette system, which is really nice. So like the roulette system rewards you with increased experience and increased skill and things like that. And usually you're going to get like one person who's never done the raid before. They're queuing for it regularly, and it's really neat to see the community like come together and help them. It's really nice. So, but really cool. I think it's also cool that in this game, like, I feel like in WoW, it really did feel like a guild was necessary. In this game, it doesn't feel like that at all. You can really just, you know, play like it every day, like a solo player. I've done almost the entire campaign by myself. Some of the like farming and stuff, so I farmed for certain mounts. I've been lucky enough to have friends like Gloria and Andy and Dragon come in and help me, and they've been coming in and they'll just help me farm them, which is really nice. But other than that, I've been able to do pretty much everything by myself. Let's see, Dragon says, for my spoiler-free opinion, Dawn Trail is a good, solid expansion pack. Battle content is amazing, but for main story quest, story passing is off. If in the Final Fantasy XIV lifetime Dawn Trail does end up as the worst expansion, then we're eating good. I feel like that's kind of the way that I've seen it too. Like a lot of people who are talking about it, I don't know, it just doesn't, it feels like when you compare it, I feel like a lot of the negatives that people have about Dawn Trail are in comparison to Endwalker. I think Endwalker was just seen as a great like climax for the story, and Dawn Trail was just, you know, it's like starting a whole new book, I guess, is kind of my opinion. Dawn Trail was the final chapter of the first story. And so, I'm sorry, not Dawn Trail, Endwalker. Endwalker was the final chapter. It ended a series, you know, and then Dawn Trail was supposed to be picking up with the next one. So obviously it's not going to be like as big as Dawn Trail was. It's not even going to, or as Endwalker was. It's not even going to be as big as necessarily like this one, Stormblood, was, because it's the beginning of a story. And so a lot of the complaints I heard was them comparing it to Endwalker and not comparing it to something like A Realm Reborn, right? Which is what it should be, I think, more closely related to. But we'll see. Dragon says, however, I am also biased as I have been playing since 1.0 and went through 2 raid tiers that almost killed raiding for being too difficult. That's fair. That's fair. It's nice to hear the community isn't toxic. Not at all. Not at all. Oh man, I don't want to talk about Destiny. Destiny made me so mad. I remember trying to come back from Destiny 2 and realizing that the entire like opening mission is completely gone. Like they just removed all of that. Like insane. Pacing, sorry. Oh, no worries. It's hard to make the start of a new story as exciting as the end of a new one. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I see all the critiques. Again, I try not to go too into it because I'm trying not to spoil myself. But what I have seen is mostly a comparison from Dawn Trail to Endwalker, and you know, I also went Dawn Trail as it was the summer vacation and it was going to be more lighthearted. Yeah, I'm hoping to do the same. Andy has not played Dawn Trail. I'm still trying to convince him to join us when that time comes, but we'll see how it works. We'll see. Hopefully the 8.0 expansion is so good that he has no choice but to come back and play Dawn Trail. Yeah, I thought Destiny 2 was solid at the start. Obviously, it had its problems, you know. I think any game like that is going to have its problems. And coming from Destiny 1, which had years to like develop and everything, again, you're going to have the same issues. But then later, when they kind of just like got rid of it all, it felt so bad. It really felt like there was a disconnect between Bungie and, was it Sony, I guess, who owned them at the time. I think they were just trying to milk a lot of profit from that series, and it came at the detriment of the actual content itself. Said Andy, Arcadian raids are amazing. Alliance raids so good. Come back to yours. Yeah, he has. I think his summoner now is like level 93, and he still doesn't have the. he doesn't have any of the extra 90 gear because he can't. He's not in Dawn Trail. Ugh. Okay, sorry, I've just been rambling for the last 20. I just might. I'm looking forward to it. It used to be Activision, that's the one. And Bungie used to blame them for the microtransactions greed, but it got worse when they left. That's kind of how it felt too. It's like everybody expected it to get better, and then it just didn't. I don't know the current state of Destiny 2, to be honest. I've been out of that community for a long time. But yeah, Glamour has been unlocked so we can wear any outfit. Fashion board is even easier now, true. So you got them later and even took over much more down. Took them further down due to losing so much money. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've not played around with Destiny 2 for a long time. Much more now. That makes more sense. Took over much more now. I don't know. I don't ever want a game to fail. It's just kind of crazy to me, like who chooses to do what with what, you know? Like Anthem just recently got shut down. Like the servers are completely gone. And I loved Anthem. I thought Anthem was really solid. It wasn't the best game ever. No. Did it deserve like 4s? Still no. Like I thought Destiny was not Destiny. I thought Anthem was a solid game. And to see Anthem get absolutely like no support from EA and from everyone else, whereas Destiny 2 is just getting like, I don't know, constant attention. It just feels really weird to me. Once Jonathan reaches 6.x, my competitive edge might kick in and the gravitational pull will become inescapable. That's not fair, Andy, because you went through like 2.0 to 6.55 in like 6 months, and it's taken me a year and a half to get to, what are we on? 4.0 right now? It's not fair. 5.0? Anyway, Destiny 1 was about the only disc that was ever in my PS4. And I liked Destiny 1 a lot. And felt like Iron Man and Anthem. Yeah, for sure. I liked Anthem. I thought it was really good. That was really good. All right, let's finally deliver this Amuro. You're delivering that Amuro to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is to go to the Imperator to the west. Hey, how nice, because that's where I wanted to go anyway. Please see to the handler on duty, Cizeli Vantu. If you encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you rightwise. Okay, great. Why is it not fair? This is great. What is not fair? What did I say was fair? I don't remember. I drank in this. Oh, that's what you're saying is, Mike, your competitive edge is going to take over, meaning that I'm going to still be playing. I'm going to start 6.0. I'm going to be playing it for a week or two, and then you're going to start playing 6.0 or 7.0, excuse me. And then you're going to be done in like 4 days, and it's going to take me another 2 months to catch up. So that's why it's not fair. Oh, the last Amuro. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. You got it. Yes, I will finish 6.x, 7.0, and 7.x in the first week after you beat 6.0, but you can't hold that against me. I could. Oh, you didn't even do 6.x content? I didn't know you hadn't done 6.x. I thought you would at least finish the Endwalker stuff. It's just how obsession works, yeah. I think it's called addiction. We have Amaro for hire if you're interested. Actually, I don't really. I just need to unlock you. I only did part of the 6.1 that you need to unlock the raids and alliance raids, which were excellent. I'm glad you liked it. That's fair, though. Need to go attune to this. Actually, we could probably talk to this guy first and then go attune to it. That way I don't have to walk all the way there and back. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Something like that. I guess I am assigned to the guard. I don't know if I really had joined the guard, but... Ha! So that is way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Astal Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. Across the way. What do we get? Fenrir! Hello, Fenrir. I'm gonna go touch this. I will say the reason I know this game is like dangerous for me is because I've only been playing this game like once a week. There's been a couple times where I've not been able to stream for a week, so I've been like grinding out the gatherer jobs or some of the crafting stuff, or I've been doing some random nonsense on different classes or different jobs. But I've only been playing once a week, and I still feel that it's worth the subscription. Like, how stupid is that? Like, there's no reason you should be paying a monthly subscription for a game that you're playing once a week. Like, that's just stupid. That's financially dumb. But here I am doing it because I'm still enjoying the game and I don't want to stop playing the game. It's also stupid because I've been paying for it this entire time when I didn't have to start paying it until I started this expansion. Oh, that's another thing. Uzuka, like, if you ever wanted to try an MMO, this is a good one to try because you can play through the first 2 expansions for free. You can do everything. Well, with the exception of like market board stuff. You don't have access to the market board. There's some like aetheryte limitations that you have. There's like very few like little restrictions that don't actually affect your gameplay. But you have access to essentially the full game up to the second expansion, the Stormblood expansion. And it's pretty great. Like, it took me 8 days. It took me over 8 days to get through Stormblood. So it doesn't let me, as I made an account before they did that. Oh, I would just start another account, friend. I mean, I'm sure you have another email at this point. I understand what you're saying, though. It was actually the same way for me. I was the same thing. I owned this game on like PlayStation 4 back in the day, and I bought like the collector's edition when I think it was Stormblood came out, and so I just didn't feel like doing it, and that's mostly why I've been paying for it myself. But I could on PC, I think, but my PS5 is locked to that account. Yeah, I feel you. We were in the same boat. We were in the same boat. All right, we found Lina. So it seems that rather than the Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. Great, thanks. Yeah. I think now, though, we have our new weapon. Deep gold weapon coffer. Oh, it's only item level 395? It's not even a level 400 weapon? I mean, I need it anyway, right? Yeah. Wait, Final Fantasy VII on PS1 and the remake on PS5. Solid. I'll be honest with you, Final Fantasy VII is like the lower half of Final Fantasies to me, but it's still a classic. You have to play it, you know. Wow, look at that spear. Look at that lance. That looks sick, not gonna lie. Kind of happy with that one. Holy crap. Wow. Fancy. I do really need to play the remakes. I don't want to play them until all 3 of them are out. I know we're supposed to get more news on the third part of the remake, but we'll see. I think I played some others when I was younger. Less Final Fantasy VII references this. Unfortunately, lots of 1 through 6. So yeah. My kids keep reminding me that I'm close to half a century. I'm not quite half. But Crystarium Helm, Crystarium Tabard, Crystarium Gauntlets. Okay. The operation fast approaching. Lina means to put you to work. Are we going to we're going to go and be his soldier. Thank you for letting me be the second oldest in chat today. It's a rare occurrence for Andy. In readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you all know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them. A task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to 4 of the beasts. Dismissed. Thanks. Yeah, I've been gaming from the Atari 2600. The Atari 2600 was I think it was the second system I played, funnily enough. I played the Nintendo. My grandparents owned, well, both sets of my grandparents owned a Nintendo, and then my grandmother and grandfather on my dad's side owned an Atari 2600. And so I think I enjoyed the Atari 2600 like more than the NES back in the day, but I was old. I wasn't that old. I'm only 36. I was just playing it because they had it. Hold it right there, Greenhorn. If you thought you could just stroll right past your senior without asking how you might aid me in my duties, you have another thing coming. I'm literally talking to you, Tiana. What? Where's the hostility come from? I literally walked right up to you. I went from the 2600 to the ZX Spectrum. I'll be honest, I've never even heard of that console, so you've lost me. Master System I've heard of, NES, Mega Drive, SNES. Okay, those I know, but I've never heard of a ZX Spectrum. Alright, it just so happens that I have a task for you to perform. This is a supply order that must be delivered to mines at Radiska's Round. I was just there. You are to take it to him, and to do so with all speed. I don't want to. What if I just said no? ZX Spectrum was more of a UK thing. It was a tiny personal computer with a rubber keyboard. Nice. Some of the old, well, the ColecoVision had a keyboard, right? Some of the original Ataris had keyboards too, I thought. Was it the ColecoVision that had the keyboard, or was it the, oh man. I don't remember. Loaded games from a tape cassette. How fun. Fun. Sonaran could use a helping hand in doing some much needed repairs. Yeah. We're accepting all these quests because I need the aetherite currents, or the ether currents. It's the only reason. I lived in South Africa from the 90s, so there were some ZX Spectrums and BBC Micros around. Yeah, I don't know either of those. BBC Micro, huh? Oh there, if you're not otherwise occupied at the moment, how's about lending me a hand or two? You've got me on repair duty, and what with the sorry shape this place is in, it's definitely not a one-man job. It's a simple enough task. Just take this here pail of mortar, find a couple of spots where the walls are looking ragged, and apply the healthy dab. Thanks, friend. Well, with our ranks thinned as they are, we need all the help we can get. Okay, this I can do, probably. Said, yeah, if you died in some games, you had to rewind the tape. It had a counter to reload the level. Oh, that's technology, man. Hilarious. I played on some older computers, you know, like the big old, like the games that would come on 12, you know, 5-inch floppies. Man, but I never played anything like that. That's awesome. What is having a dream? Yeah. Yeah, I've said it before. It's my grandfather. He was a pastor for 32 years, and so but it's really weird. Like him and my grandma and my aunt and uncle. They were always really big into like staying up to date with technology. Like I said, they were older. They were older people at the time. I mean, I guess they were a little older than I was, but they're the ones that, you know, they had the NES. They had an up-to-date computer most of the time. They were somewhat tech savvy, which was interesting compared to most of their other colleagues. Oh, Monkey Island. Oh yes, like Monkey Island. I was like Money Island. I didn't familiar, but Monkey Island for sure. That game was kind of crazy. All those old text-based games are nuts. I still think it's cool that like some of those games were never like weren't even solved for years because people, you know, there weren't guides really back then. You know, you either got your information from like an old magazine or you just kind of guessed, or if your friend had it, you tried to work through it together. But there were a couple of games where I remember one, it could have been Monkey Island. I don't remember what it was, but there was one early on where like if you didn't save the rat in the first like 20 minutes of the game, or if you didn't save the rat, like the rat wouldn't come and help you later, so you just couldn't progress any further. So it was literally just like people you didn't know. And so it wasn't until like over a decade later that, you know, people started sharing information and figuring things out where people were finally able to beat the game and things like that. But it's kind of cool like that back then. Then you couldn't just go yeah, like problem solving was really a thing. I find myself falling into that trap a lot too, right? It kind of depends. I feel like I've kind of figured out what stress I'm willing to put up with and what stress I'm not. Like I really do enjoy puzzle games, like Blueprints. We played through Blueprints blind, and that was some of the most fun I've ever had. Like I loved Blueprints and definitely enjoyed that. I don't know why I just skipped through that dialogue, probably because I'm talking to you guys and I didn't want to take a break to read it. But nowadays, like there's certain stress that I'm just like, if I can't find something after the first 5 minutes, I'm obviously just not, I'm either not going to figure it out or it just doesn't matter anymore. So I will look it up. But I was stuck in the old Sierra game Pepper's Adventures in Time for several years. That sounds like a very Andy game. But didn't know you had to smash a tomato into your shirt to look like you got injured to get Ben Franklin's wife to boil some water for you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Those old games where it's just like insane stuff. It took me way too long to realize Blueprints was a take on Blueprints. Oh yeah. So it's a solid game. Solid game. Damn it all, we can ill afford to lose another. Ho there, friend. Might you lend me your aid? One of my best men has yet to return from his patrol, and I fear the worst. As you can see, his Amaro made it back safely, but my man's nowhere to be found. Could you search for him in my stead? I would go myself, but I can't very well abandon my post. Great, are you gonna take me? No. Bloody beast, where do you think you're... too late, I suppose. But wait, do you reckon he's gone back for his rider? You think... Sorry to trouble you, friend, but do you think you could follow that Amaro for us? That scaly brute might just be my best chance of finding our man. And take this out with you. I reckon there's a good chance he's out there, too wounded to have made his way back. Great. I love Sierra and LucasArts games back in the day. Sierra was solid, you're right. Love the exploration and characters. JRPGs took over for me decades later. It's funny that was the transition. I don't know, I feel you're right though. I think there were some like choices when it comes to early days. I think, I know this is going to sound like a really old person thing to say, but I do really think we've taken a step back. Whereas in a lot of JRPGs, like Breath of the Wild 3 on the SNES had multiple endings, right? Like Chrono Trigger on the SNES had multiple endings. Like how many JRPGs these days have multiple endings like that? Like how many, maybe one, maybe two, like if you're lucky, but you know, a lot of them are just so like narrative driven. It's just on the rails, and there's nothing wrong with that. I love a good story, right? That's why I play games, is for the story. But when it comes to JRPGs, there are a lot of times when I think we've decided to focus on one thing over another. You know, it's not, I think really it's not about replayability anymore. It's more about consumption, right? You get through one game so you can move on to the next one because there's just so many of it. And you know, to be fair, I guess that's kind of that's user error. Like that's a me problem to have. You know, there's nothing stopping me from going on and playing a game over and over again. But I feel like there's not a lot of incentive to do that anymore. Never played that one, was largely limited to whatever my friends had pirated. That's fair. I think I played the original Breath of Fire in Japanese, and I couldn't speak Japanese, so that made the game not any really real fun for me, if we're being honest. I don't know how I made it through. That's how I played the original Pokemon too. I played the original Pokemon Red on a emulated console in Japanese. I played Pokemon Gold in Japanese before I released Pokemon. Yeah. Parents banned Pokemon from the house for being demonic. Yeah, my grandparents luckily didn't do that. That I know of. I think I was a little bit older, I guess, at the time. I wasn't under the direct rule of my grandparents then, but I asked for an exception in the name of language study, and they somehow granted it. Nice. Diablo was one of the first PC games that I ever picked up, and it was for similar reasons. I was able, it's called Diablo, for crying out loud. My grandparents weren't that dumb. They knew what Diablo stood for, but I was able to convince them that you were like a holy warrior fighting against the forces of Diablo, and therefore it couldn't be a bad game because you were killing the demons and such. And somehow that won, so well, whatever, we'll take it. I've never really played Pokemon. I'll go ahead now. No worries. I feel like you know, no offense to you, but you're a little older now, or you're a little older, so it might have been like, I'm not saying anyone's too old to play a game, really. I'm not one of those snobs, but I think it makes sense. Like at some point, I've outgrown Pokemon, or at least I've outgrown the games. I don't think they provide much of a challenge. I think it's very formulaic these days, and nothing about the newer games excites me anymore. So I've not played a Pokemon game really since like Black and White 1 and 2. I tried Sword and Shield, couldn't get into it. I tried Sun and Moon and couldn't get into it. I tried Sword and Shield and couldn't get into it. So I think I'm just really like, I understand. If you didn't grow up with Pokemon, it's not as appealing, I guess. I still love Pokemon. I love the universe. I play Pokemon, the Pokemon trading game Pocket. I have opened that app every day since it came out. Like, it's probably my longest streak of anything ever. Search for the Amaro once. Oh, there you are. I was like, how could this Amaro be hiding? And I just literally just found the tree. I love the idea of it, but I think I was just in different type of games when it was coming out. Yeah, that makes sense. But I still spent a fortune on it over the years, thanks to having 4 kids. Yeah, I mean, the longevity of Pokemon is something to be studied, right? I mean, they've cracked the code when it comes to like a franchise, I suppose. It generally stopped after Gen 2 and didn't come back to a new gen until Violet. Really? It's funny you say that, because I heard Scarlet and Violet wasn't that good. It was mostly a graphical thing. I think they were trying to push it on the Switch, and it just didn't play well. Yarno eyes the wounded soldier with a gaze that could almost be described as concerned. This must be the sentry who was separated from his mount, you think? Gwee. I like how they use they or gwees instead of quees. Or quays, rather. Yamaro eyes you with an expectant gaze. You sense it is hoping that you will tend to the man's wounds. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, I played a little bit longer than Gen 2. I played Pokemon Blue, and then Yellow, and then Silver. And then Sapphire. I never played Crystal. And then I played... Actually, no, I'm sorry. Crystal was on the Game Boy Color, right? Wasn't that the... It was Gold, Silver, Crystal. Yes, I never played Crystal. I played Silver, didn't play Crystal, then moved on to Sapphire, and then didn't play Emerald. And then I played... I think it was Black and White. And then I think I played Black. I played Black, and then I think I played White 2. And I think that was the last one. Pokemon graphics need to be studied. It looks so crap next to Zelda, but is Nintendo's biggest moneymaker. Yeah. I kind of wish they'd just go back to the sprites. I think they really started losing me when they went to this 3D animation. I get it. I don't mind it, but it's, I don't know. I fell off of Pokemon as I had no one to play with when my brother moved out. Generally preferred Digimon overall. So in Pokemon, that was a color with a motorcycle came out. My partner got it for me. That's fair. The motorcycle Pokemon are cool. I wish I was more into Digimon. I watched the cartoons at one point, but I never got into it as much. The newer games apparently are supposed to be pretty great. Was it like Time Stranger or something like that? Supposed to be solid. Hey, thank you, friend. When the beast knocked me from my mount, I thought it was the end of me for sure. But however, did you know where to look? Yoromaro took me. Yoromaro, say thanks to it. My mount led you to me. You don't say. I owe you an apology, little fellow. Here I thought you ran off in fear of my foe, but it turns out you were looking for help the whole time. Can you forgive me for doubting you? We indeed. So yeah, I've read only good things about Time Stranger. Yeah, me too. I've not heard anything bad. People who've loved the franchise, like love Digimon, love Time Stranger. People who have never played a Digimon game love Time Stranger. Like, apparently it's just solid. And is what, you know, probably a lot of people are saying Pokemon should be these days. But, okay, to be fair, apples to oranges, right? Like, Time Stranger did not release on the Switch. It only released, I think it was a PS5 exclusive, right? Might have been Steam as well, I don't know. But it was like a PS5 console exclusive, I think. And, you know, comparing a PS5 to a Nintendo Switch or even the Switch 2 isn't really fair. It's, you know, not even close. Two of my friends are playing it. It looks so good. It does look good. I don't know. I haven't got into it yet. You think, I don't know. I think it's fair. Do you? Am I giving Nintendo too much credit? Breath of the Wild, Xenoblade 3, there are some incredible open... like genre-wise, I agree with you, right? Like, or not, maybe, you know, comparing games within a genre, sure. But, I mean, let's take an open world game. Does Breath of the Wild or Xenoblade 3 look anything like Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West? Like, those are both open world games. Like, Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yotai, like... I don't think we can compare it graphically, like the power of one console versus the other. Should they have obviously put more money and more development time into how that game looks? Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. Like, they definitely could have made Pokemon Scarlet and Violet look much better, like much closer to something like Breath of the Wild or Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and they didn't. And I think that is obviously, you know, something to critique, but to compare the graphical output or like the power of one console to the other, you know, Scarlet and Violet was never going to look like Time Stranger, for example, in my opinion, you know. I haven't played Breath of the Wild yet, but got the VR version of it. You have a VR version of Breath of the Wild? How does that work? I mean, that sounds awesome, but how does that work? Graphics don't really matter to me as a game with a great art direction can be great. However, I don't think Pokemon did that. I agree to an extent. I mean, I think for me, a game has to look good. You know, I agree that it's not the most important thing, but I think the Breath of the Wild was pushing the OG Switch, but Pokemon has had bad frame rates too, so not just looks bad, but badly optimized. I think, to Dragon's point, that is my biggest thing, is I don't... Like, graphics are graphics, and you can kind of get used to it. Like, you can appreciate different art styles over others, but if the game itself doesn't play well, right, like the frame rates or the glitches or like the weird like screen tearing and things like that, I think that's where it really gets me. I can't deal with that stuff. It just takes me out of it. The Wii U version of it has a VR mod for PC. How cool. So are you playing in first person as like, are you playing as Link in first person? I'm thinking games like Bindi and the Game Machine, definitely not realistic, but still very pretty. Once Human is a good example of this. Sure. Yeah, I agree with you. Plays like a VR game, motion controls. Wow, that's interesting. First person swinging your arms around and all that. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, like the Switch was VR without the VR, right? There were a lot with the Wii remote, not the Switch, I'm sorry, the Wii remote and the nunchuck being able to do a lot of that stuff. Twilight Princess was developed that way, right? Skyward Sword was as well, where you could use, well, maybe it was Skyward Sword. Maybe it was Skyward Sword rather than Twilight Princess, but one of them had motion controls like that. All right. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of playing this game today. I'm doing more talking than playing. my brain, I'm having trouble focusing. My head is, I am hurting a lot. So like staying on topic is challenging for me, or multitasking. I have to really focus to stay on topic. And with that, I best head back to the Imperative and let everyone know I'm all right. Thank you for my friend. You saved my life today. Of course, happy to do it. It's a good combo. I agree. I agree. Like you could set your VR headset on a table and play it, play on the TV like a Wii. That's fair. Just, you know what's funny? You say that. I used my VR headset more as like a personal screen than VR. At the time, my ex-wife and I were working opposite schedules. She was working during the day and I was working mids on the desk, and I didn't want to just leave her, like go downstairs. So a lot of times, like I'd be in bed while she was falling asleep and I would play the VR. So you could have the TV off and then the PSVR headset on. And that's how I played like Final Fantasy 15 the first time. That's how I played some like the God of War, not God of War, what, well, Destiny. I played some Destiny like that too. It was, I need to go up another level. Or I do. But yeah, I used the VR more as like a personal headset than, or a personal screen than I did the actual VR stuff. Ether currents are a good way to do something productive without reading every word too. That's true. That's kind of what I'm doing now. Well met, Traveler. What brings you to your outpost this day? That's kind of why I skimmed through that last conversation with the first guy. I was like, whatever, it doesn't really matter to me. I used the Q3 to watch Tron in bed with my wife while she was, she watched Ghost Whisperer on the bedroom TV. I also used to play some flat games, like you said. Yeah. Danielle and I had 2 complete setups in our bedroom. So we didn't have a TV in front of us. We had a dresser here, but on each side of the room, we had our bed in like the middle of the room. And then on each side, we had an entertainment system. So she had her TV on her side and I had my TV on my side. And then, no, I lied to you. We did have a third TV in the middle. So we had 3 TVs in our bedroom, one for her, one for me, and one for us. And we could play, because nowadays, I wish couch co-op was better. So some of the couch co-op games we would play on the bigger TV in the middle. But like Destiny, we played a lot of Destiny together. And so that didn't have couch co-op. So she would be on her Xbox playing on, we'd be in the same bed, but she'd be on looking at her TV playing Destiny, and I'd be on my TV playing Destiny. We'd be playing together. And so that's how our setup was. So we had, you know, could play all that stuff, which was really neat. And then we had our, you know, communal TV, and we had another TV downstairs. Too many TVs, way too many TVs. But regardless, that's how we got along, doing some stuff. It's cool. My wife isn't into games. She would rather read a book. Yeah, Brittany is, Brittany's a TV watcher, and I'm not. I don't, I can't stand TV. Network TV, like cable TV, I just can't stand it. It's not my preferred medium. And I generally do a lot of reading, but I do audiobooks. So a lot of times I'll be playing a game and listening to a book at the same time. But I've been trying to get Brittany into some games. Like we played a lot of Diablo together for a bit. She's really been addicted to Power Wash Simulator lately. So we finished all of Power Wash Simulator 2 together. And now she's going back and doing Power Wash Simulator 1 by herself. But I keep telling her we need to get another TV for the bedroom too, for that same reason. It's just so we can both play at the same time, because a lot of games just aren't couch co-op. We did play through like Split Fiction together, which was a lot of fun. You play Power Wash Simulator? It was just enjoyable. It's like a little cool thing. My wife was like, you could use the real one and do the garden. She had a point. I don't have to dry myself off. Like I don't have to get gross. Power washing is a chore, but in the game, all the water stays in the screen. A supply order from Tiana at the Hostel Imperative, but why, pray tell, are you delivering this and not one of our own men? I don't know, man. She asked. She yelled at me, actually. That's what I'd like to know. I intend to claim a reward. That's what I'd like to know. Mistaken for a new recruit, you say? You really should make a point to clarify the situation next time. Not that I don't appreciate your service, of course, but Tiana has a reputation for running roughshod over anyone she can. Yeah, I could tell. While I am loath to impose upon you further, if you'd be returning to the Imperative regardless, I was hoping I might trouble you to deliver the supplies Deanna has requested. I'm afraid the recent Sin Eater attacks have left us rather short-handed. It will take just a short while to prepare the materials for delivery. I invite you to make yourself comfortable while you wait. Not that there's much in any way of entertainment here. It is a military outpost after all. Perhaps you could converse with the soldiers. It should be sure to raise their spirits, and you just might glean some useful information out of them. When I found out you could move the power wash hand without moving the whole screen, it was a game changer. I actually hate that feature. It's funny you say that. I can't stand that. I'm constantly moving back and forth. Another lookout. But yes, I do know what you mean. Reminded me of GoldenEye. Oh man, GoldenEye controls were terrible. I know it's all nostalgia and it was a fun game and it was definitely like revolutionary for its time, but GoldenEye controls were miserable. Hey there, friend. Save, have you ever wondered how Radiska's round got its name? Wait, don't answer that. I have a mind to tell you anyway. Radiska was a guardsman in the early days, one of our best and bravest, as the records tell. They say he gave his life holding off a horde of sin eaters just long enough for a group of refugees to flee to safety. Wow, that's nice. The body of this hero is discovered right here at this tower, and ever since then it's been named in his honor. Makes a man proud to serve, I say. Sure does. Whee! Who am I talking to? Oh, you. Luto Sai. Oh there, stranger. We don't get many travelers in these parts. What do you think of the round? She's an odd one as far as forts go, wouldn't you say? Truth is, what you see today is actually the ruins of a larger structure built over a century ago. We took over what was left and converted it into a lookout tower of sorts to serve us in our struggle against the Sin Eaters. Seeing as how it stands at the major fork of the high road, the location's rather ideal, you see. We can see threats coming from miles away and send out patrols to deal with them before they get too close. Of course, it gets kind of lonely all the way out here, but what can you do? It's true, what can you... thanks for the chat. I'm gonna lurk for a bit, make some tea, and check on the... Oh yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate the conversation. It's nice meeting you. Like I said, I might have seen your name, but... Oh, thank you for the bits, man. You didn't have to do that. Take care of yourself. Enjoy your tea. Before you leave, though, you have to tell me what kind of tea. What kind of tea are we talking? Are we like we an Earl Grey kind of person? Are we a green tea kind of person? Are we like an English breakfast kind of person? What do you got? I have probably over like $100, $150 worth of tea in my house right now. I'm a big fan. Big fan of tea. Traveler, you're an odd one to pick this place for a leisurely excursion. I didn't pick it. I was ordered here by someone who doesn't care. Me, I can think of 100 places I'd rather be. But since you were kind enough to grace us with your company, why don't I tell you a bit about this place? Of course, everyone else has. Radiska's Round was built on the ruins of an old belfry. In more peaceful days, its clarion call would ring through Lakeland to announce the time of day. Loose leaf, awesome. Delicious. Delicious. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it. I don't think I have any awesome tea in the house. I mean, all tea is awesome, but anyway, a bad joke. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for the lurk. Hope to see you again soon. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. I think it's like, what time is it there? 10? It's almost 10. 9 p.m. Nice to meet a fellow tea. I love tea. Do love me some tea. 8 p.m. almost. Yeah, I thought so. Well, yeah, get some rest, get some food, get some tea, take care of the kids. We'll be here. I don't know how long we'll be here today, but we stream nearly every day. So, we're always around. Announce the time of day. Since the flood, however, the bell serves a purpose far more grim, to warn the residents of Lakeland of Sin Eater attacks. Oh, would that day return when its ring again only brings about joy and not fear. Only. Up we go. Can you mend my gear, please? Thank you. I really am liking this lance, though. This is a cool looking lance. It kind of fits the, it's a little silver, but the gold matches. I like this a lot. Mines. Ah, there you are, friend. Did my men have anything of interest to say? In any event, I hope your stay here was not overly tiresome. It is cool. I'm glad you agree. Oh, Rookity. I love this Pokemon. I am pleased to inform you that the materials have been packed up and are ready for delivery. Before that, though, please allow me to compensate you for your service. It's really not necessary. It's really not. Although, never mind. You gave me the ether current, so that is necessary. That was the whole point of coming up here in the first place. I wish I could fly. Leave me alone, Zanur. No one wants you. Maggie, indeed. We love Maggie. Maggie's never leaving the rotation. Not only do I get to see Magitech armor, but I get to listen to this beautiful theme. Like, I mean, come on, does it get any better? I'm always happy to hear this music as someone that never had mount music on. Yeah, it's just so good. Just so good. Sentry Captain. Ah, there you are. I was hoping you'd return so I could probably express my gratitude. You'd be happy to know, as I would, that my man has safely returned to the Imperative. Those Amaro can be stubborn brutes at times, but times like this make a man appreciate with what loyal companions they truly are. I'd say this when it's earned himself some extra feed for dinner today. I agree. Boom. How many more? Where even am I? I'm in the Ostal Imperative. Wrong button again. Wrong button again. Why am I there? Why would it be there? Anyway, is this where I am now? Lakeland? Am I only missing one thing? Where's the one thing? I forget what this is. It's collection, right? And then ether compass? Compass does not detect any rare currents. Oh, so it must be a quest. Do I get... Oh, yeah, never mind. I get the last ether current when I finish this area. So it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be able to fly until we're done. I knew it. I should have known better. This isn't my first rodeo. This is my first expansion. We knew better. But we got them all out of the way, so once we do, we'll be able to fly through here. The Amaro are fed. Yes, they're fed. You're welcome. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of their preparations. Time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. Night smile upon us. How high up am I going? That last ether current quest might be in the Crystarium. Is it? Because I get an ether current for completing a level 73 quest. It's the last one on the list, unless it's for a different place. Job well done at X23 16.4. There's 2 B's. Jibob. I can never tell which ones I need to do. It's quite annoying, actually. 'Cause I wish... Oh, Fort Job. Could it be there? Or do I have to go to Fort Job? I mean, I'm already attuned to this place, so I don't mind going back, if that's what you're telling me. You should just be able to go to the Crystarium. Yeah, I can. X12, Y16-16.4. Sorry, my brain stopped working for a second. Yeah. Oh, wait. I could have sworn that I was... Didn't I log out there? I feel like I logged out there. Maybe it was because I knew I needed to do that one. Just went right past it. After grabbing the quest, you can walk out its front doors to Fort Job. Ah, thanks, Andy. Well, then that ether current that I'm getting must be to somewhere else. You're right, Andy. Thank you. Hey, old sinner. Nice to meet you too, Heggy. Might this old woman impose upon you to travel to Fort Job in her stead? My son, Chathwick, is with the guard out there, and I have a package for him that wants delivering. I'd go myself, but my knees simply aren't up to the task. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, which front doors am I supposed to walk out of? Those doors. No, that seems stupid. Why would I do that? Can I just leave the... Yes? But isn't there another... Oh, there isn't another one. Okay, we did go out the right gate. Yeah, I go from there. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Yay, and then after we get fly. Kieran's a cool... I like Kieran's design. I feel like the chat's been very quiet today. Maybe I've just not been paying attention. Not our chat. In-game chat. You guys can't see it. First flight in Shadowbringers. It is a big day. It is a big one. You discovered a new location. I should have discovered this earlier, but it's fine. Leave me alone, hop chop. Get him, job guard. Hi, Kieran. I don't know if I've said this before, but my D&D character, my warlock, my ASMR celestial warlock, his patron, well, his patron was a Kieran. My focus was the Kieran's horn. A package. Package indeed. From your mother, who called me a sinner, by the way. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but... Oh, food from Mother. Everyone will be so pleased. Our last letter mentioned how distraught she was to hear that members of the Guard had given their lives at Holminster Switched, and how touched that so many were risked themselves to protect it. I was enjoying the D&D story. It was in the Horde of the Dragon Queen campaign. Cool. But of course she would be. Our whole family is from there. After all, I expect that she wanted to express her feelings by preparing food for us. She does that. Wait a moment, you were at Holminster Switch too, weren't you? I saw you on the front lines. That was me. I knew it. I don't think I could ever forget the sight of you, facing down eater after eater without ever once flinching. And it's not just me. You're an inspiration to all of us. Here's an idea. What if you pass these out to the rest of the Guard? I'm sure that they would be awestruck. Can you give me the ether current first, and then I can fly around all of them? I feel like that's even more inspiring. It's fine, I'll just walk. That was the first campaign I'd gotten to play in, I don't know, years. It was a lot of fun. We played for quite a long time. Well, fine. I'll go do this. How are your campaigns going, Dragon? Where are you supposed to talk to? My goodness. Jonric, would you like some food? Some sinner food. Homemade meal. Chathwick's mother made this. That's the best news I've had in days. Her cooking is excellent. I was sorry that we couldn't save her home, their home, but at least the whole family made it out alive. True. At least. Let's go ahead and make our way over here while we're on the side so I don't have to run all the way around. Holdard. Oh, Holdard, would you like a sandwich? You have my thanks for this, of course, but also for the battle. I remember you well. Though we lost many, it would have been many more without your aid. No worries, it's what I do. Sunday one I am playing at is on hold at the moment, so I can work on the next arc. That makes sense. I'm actually starting my own version of Curse of Strahd next week. Oh, that's cool. What's, well, I don't want to ask what you're altering, but what makes it your version? Are you just homebrewing some stuff? I feel like Curse of Strahd's been around for so long that there's so many different variations and things you can do to change it. Oh, Bjorn. Ah, food, thank you. And may I just say, it's a true honor to have you here. Your bravery on the field will not soon be forgotten. No problem. I've always wanted to run a Curse of Strahd, but most of the people that I've played with have been newer, and I don't feel like Curse of Strahd is the best new player experience. Curse of Strahd is one of those things that, like, but it's also kind of hard because a lot of experienced players already, if they haven't run Curse of Strahd, they certainly know of it. Grimcog, what a name. Is that a family name or I don't know, whatever? Grimcog. Wicked White, you're him. You were there, in the middle of it all, strong as 100 men, a bulwark against the tide of eaters that threatened to overwhelm us. And now you brought me a sandwich. You know what? You summed that up quite nicely, Grimcog. I appreciate that. We're multifaceted, us, the Warrior of Light. Please, were they? I expected as much. I apologize for asking such a trifling task of you, but we lost a lot of people on that battlefield. Anything that might raise morale is worth trying. I agree with you. And I thought that, if they admire you even half as much as I do, well... In any case, you have my sincerest gratitude. I saved my favorite portion of the food for you, so please take it along with my thanks. Well, that's kind. Grilled rail. I don't know what a rail is, but the succulent tenderloin of an island rail, seared to savory perfection and garnished with garlic and rock salt. I mean, I'm down. Thanks. Now we can fly! Whee! Hey, look, it's a mount that I've never even... that I bought with Mogtones instead of actually earned. Anyway. Well, I'm actually reworking a lot of it. Okay, fun. Aside from taking out the problematic content, that's fair. More horror focused, so Strahd won't show up in 5 seconds. Also fair. A lot of the characters I redesigned so their design fits more for their personality, and something I'm going to DM you in case one of my players comes. That's fair too. Yeah, that's why I didn't want you to, like... I understand not wanting to put that out there. Oh, cool. This song is neat. I'm gonna have to remember this when we're fighting one of the trials. I still need to farm for these. Why can't I just go in a straight line? Gonna go up, up, up. Going up, up, up. It's our moment. Speaking of that, K-pop Demon Hunter is got nominated for an Oscar. Pretty cool. I think it's an Oscar, right? I don't remember. One of those. Oscar. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Wrong thing. But yeah, I made an alliance chart to keep track of the allies they could make. Oh dear, there's a lot of NPCs in Curse of Strahd. Yes, there definitely is. Right, let's not read Dragon's DM out loud. That'll be fun. That will be fun. Excited for Demon Hunters, me too. Also, Sinners, I guess, has been nominated for, like, it's breaking records for nominations, which is great. I don't know if everybody's, if you haven't seen Sinners, see Sinners. One of my favorite movies, I think, of all time. I saw it 3 times in theaters. I've seen it like 5 times since it came out. And I don't rewatch movies. I love Sinners. The operation is about to commence. Stand ready. I'm standing ready. During the operation, some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Great. Let's do it. An Arctibax. Gotta love those pseudo-legendaries. Look, oh, we're gonna be glamored. Look at that guy's lance. Holy. Look who it is. Minfilia. Young Minfilia. Wow, she looks...
Keep moving.
That's like that 1,000-yard stare that you see in people who have witnessed some terrible things in their life.
What now?
That's depressing. I'm hoping it's just...
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
That's not nice. Overgrown lizards, huh? Green powder. Go to sleep. To sleep. Wow, they got some cool looking gear. The track is lively. Okay. What'd they do to my lance? Or is it just that angle? No, that's a different lance, isn't it? No, it's not. It is just the angle.
Captain,
okay, well, it looks good as a whole.
It is time.
Huzzah!
Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Yes, let's. Do. Now we just have to murder the ones that aren't sleeping. It's permanent sleep. I like how the general, our general, or our head guard, or whatever she is, I like how she's a dancer. It's pretty cool. Okay, now I get to remember what buttons to press. Bounce, 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 indeed. Item level has been synced to 395. Joke's on you, my item level's already 395. Fight your way to Minfilia. You got it. Actually, I have... Look, I have a 3rd AoE now. Wow, look at that. How cool is that? It's called Coerthan Torment. I dig it. And men will occupy the enemy while we rescue the Oracle. Great. I can't fight anything else. Come, we keep close to the wall. What are you doing? Over there? Over there. Forward, I can't. Over there. We keep close to the wall. Slurp, snort, gross. Oh, they're sleeping. Here's Alizé. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's start pressing more buttons. Boom. No reason to hold back. Your zeal is admirable, Sister. We were told to avoid enemy attention. Alizé, avoid attention. Talk to the wrong person. You don't have time. Leave them to the guard. Where do you want me to go? Okay. You'll more boast the world's largest army. That's pretty important. But woman for woman, we are no less mighty. I would not have doubted you in the least. I'm gonna lose my combo before we get up here, which is sad. I didn't. Just barely made it. Why do I feel like my range is shorter? I feel like I'm having to get a lot closer to enemies before my attacks go off, and I'm not sure I like that. Prestarium scum! They didn't like nerf the range of the Dragoon without me seeing it, did they?
Let's give them a show.
Oh. You can stand, you can fight. Push them back. We must press on regardless. The longer we take, the harder our task will become. Hey, who's healing? It's you. You don't seem to be getting anywhere. We're getting somewhere. Dion, Lena, go on ahead. We'll hold them here. Understood. With me, Dion. I'm off. Let's go. Can I draw? No. Way is relatively clear. Good. Good indeed. We're going up. Yes. Alright, good. Here. Not cool. Boom. This is probably completely unnecessary. I should probably just be using single target combos against two enemies, but I haven't gotten to use my third combo of AoE yet, so there she is. How'd she make it all the way up here? She was all the way down there in the cutscene. Minfilia's not asleep. Thank you. Are you from the Caesarium? That's correct. Correct. That's what I said. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons made to the same specifications as Thancred's. Wow, we're giving her dual blades. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. Please lead the way. Let's rejoin the others and quit this place. I agree. All this trouble because of me. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. You don't have to apologize at all. You didn't do anything. It's quiet. Too quiet. Huh? Is that Ranjit? This will not end well. Not Ranjit. Whoa, what the hell is that thing? See this thing? See that thing floating next to his head? Yeah, what are you? Whoa. Brazen thieves. Yes. Oh, I was supposed to progress that. My bad. You will regret coming here. I already regret coming here. Why is he fighting with the dragon? I mean, he was already cool, but now he's even cooler. Alright, here we go. No, pay attention to me, not... It's for your own protection. Pathetic. Hey, who are you? Leave Minfelia alone. You all right? I don't know. Stay there while I tend to these vermin. Tales do not lie. He is fierce beyond reckoning. We are outmatched. Cannot maintain this onslaught forever. Be prepared to run. I wouldn't. You will do no such thing. You be gone. Oh wow. Alphino just got rickety wrecked. Okay, well now it's just me. Now it is just you and me. That's what I said. Can I attack the other guy? No. It appears that I can attack the other. You are made of sterner stuff than the rest. Thank you, I think. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Run for me. Why does this just feel like the Xenos fight all over again? Oh. Not cool. What are those? They're gonna blow up. Okay, boom. Wrong button. Wrong button. Lots of wrong buttons. Gugumatsu, do my bidding. Isn't he already doing your bidding? What else do you want him to do? Also, his name is Gugumatsu? What the hell is that? I forgot that I changed some of my key bindings. Oh. I think I want to be over here, right? Yeah, I think that was a good choice. Seems you are no ordinary soldier. Thank you, I think. Ever heard of Gugumatsu either? Apparently it's Mayan feathered serpent. Interesting, that's gonna hurt. A Mayan feathered serpent. Huh. Interesting. You are persistent, that I will allow. Thank you. Appreciate your... Okay, this isn't really a problem. We go over here, we let this push me. Then we move over here. Well, now you're being mean again. Is this fight even winnable, or is it just... I don't even know at this point. So many things happening. I feel like this is a solo raid. I have your measure now. The game is up, of course. Is this the part where I lose? It's like... It's over. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Okay, cool. My least favorite... Know your folly. This is my least favorite, trope. I hate this. I hate it. Win the fight, lose the cutscene. It's fine. Great. This is just Xenos all over again. We did the same thing last expansion. Where's Thancred? He's got to come out of somewhere to save Minfilia, right?
You, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks.
Uh-oh. Definitely not me. Couldn't be me.
By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes.
Frantically writing the script for the game as you play. It's hard to do, you know, when you're on a controller. Wow, look who it is. It couldn't be Thancred. That guy just deflected a gunblade with his toe. Okay, well that guy's really cool. I mean, he's... Thancred then appears from stage left claiming that no one will put Minfilia in a cage again.
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us. And what if I am?
Okay, well I hate to say I called it, but I called it. It was pretty obvious though, yeah. I mean, it's not that... What is this guy? Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, Thancred doesn't have an eye patch anymore. How do you get his eye back?
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
I guess to be fair, we don't know if he actually lost his eye, right? I think he just suffered from the same condition as Y'shtola. It was aesthetic, like those people that wear non-prescription glasses just for the look. Whoa. How was that? We just got beamed up. Beam me up, Scotty. Which is kind of funny because that line is never spoken at all in all of Star Trek yet. Somehow it's like the go-to phrase. I think this... Oh, is she saluting? Is she gonna try... Whoa. What's that?
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks.
Was that the box? I think it had the same like little
To give chase, I will not stand in your way.
runes running around to teleport runes. Assume that box is what did the work.
Do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel.
Okay. What could that be?
Ilmeg, the fairy kingdom.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Why won't we go to the fairy kingdom? Tune in next time to find out on Dragon Ball Z. Who are you?
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry.
Is he the grandfather? Is that the grandfather from... How'd he get here?
But how? How did the so-called crystal...
I say the grandfather. It's the Ascian and the grandfather's... Well, it's him.
Didn't have enough on my hands already.
Garlemald, I don't know, the third or something like that.
Again, with a soul such as that. Mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Is there anywhere the Ascians aren't? Can I just go there? I guess I got 2 more expansions with them and then they're over, right? Maybe the best part of Dawn Trail. It's just not having to deal with them again.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert.
Verbert. Okay, I
nation with a
pronounced that incorrectly earlier. Verbert.
That the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk.
Oh, look at them.
Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
Ilmeg. This is giving Legend of Zelda vibes, isn't it? This is like Hyrule Forest. Kokoriku Forest. The sylphs. What are they called? Fairies, I guess. Hello, Thancred. It makes sense that he would be Gunbreaker now because he's protecting Minfilia.
It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
That would be why it feels like years.
It feels like one to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way.
Or Minfilia.
To Laxon Loft.
The Kokiri? Is that what the is that what it's called? Kokiri Forest? I forget. It's been so long since I played this game.
Minfilia. She and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Ulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Guess that's for the worst, right?
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
I understand. I don't really want to call upon Orianger either.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim.
It's weird that Alizé didn't, though.
Having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here.
Speaking of her, can she say something? Is she okay? She's making me nervous.
Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger.
You're gonna do that anyway.
And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
Well, I'm gonna do that either way. So, sure. You got it.
So, Minfilia.
Did I roll my eyes? Sorry.
What made you leave Thancred behind?
Why does she look
you don't mind
scared to be acknowledged? Fine, we'll go see. Yeah, we'll see him, I guess.
You. The hero from another world.
Uh-huh.
I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them.
Here we are.
But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
All right, Thancred, let's chill out a little bit. Let's dial it back like 1 or 2 notches. Talking to a child.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
I don't like... Minfilia's giving, like... Minfilia's giving, like, beaten dog energy, and I don't like it.
Being scolded so.
Yeah, I agree. One of the fairies. Oh, yeah, now we're definitely, like, in...
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Yeah, who could possibly be? What? In the land of the fairies. I wonder who could possibly be talking to us. It couldn't possibly be the fairies. that live here.
Let's have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I can't.
Magic of the forest, I'm sure.
Why can't I remember?
This is like, Lord of the Rings, right?
We're already caught in their spell.
Fangorn Forest? Not Fangorn. That was in Lord of the Rings. What was the forest in The Hobbit called? Oh, man. Well, looks like I need to do a reread of The Hobbit. Maybe I'll reread Lord of the Rings again this year. That sounds like fun. Okay. Ilmeg is the fairy kingdom, and as one might expect, it is home to the Fae folk. Yep, gathered that much. Thank you. The most prominent among them are pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. Great. And we are now, I am sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. Cool. Okay, we just got a full set of gear. Deep gold chest gear coffer. Okay, cool. Thancred is trying to think his way out of the present predicament. That was a lot of gear. Yeah, I think it was the Crystarium gear that we just got, or that we just wore in the last set. I think now it's just for cosmetic purposes. It's all like level 1 gear. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I could make of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village. Lida Loran. Not exactly a thrilling look. It really wasn't that impressive. It wasn't. Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. Oh, and I should mention that Menphelia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally. I was already going to consider her an ally. Why wouldn't I have considered her an ally? Also, it does make sense that Thancred, again, I said it, but I'm not sure I finished my sentence. Why he would, like, take the role of a tank, I suppose, like a protector, switching over to Gunbreaker. I don't know why Gunbreaker would be the class that he chose, other than... It's cool, I guess. But this is the one... Oh, Gunbreaker was introduced in this expansion. Never mind. That's why. Gunbreaker and Dancer were introduced in Shadowbringers, so... It's cool that they would introduce that, like, Thancred as that. Just neat. It's cool. It's a very good reason to go Gunbreaker. That's true. Okay. So, that's cool. It makes a narrative... It makes sense narratively. It's cool that Menphelia is, went from, like, this... I don't know, summoner. She wasn't really a summoner. She was more of an arcanist, right? Went from this arcanist vibe to now she's a rogue. Kind of neat. At least this version of her is. Not entirely sure what'll happen otherwise. This place is cool. Now, instead of giving the Carico Forest vibes, it's giving more Wizard of Oz poppy field vibes. Hello? What are you guys doing over there? Chilling? Very quiet. I like Ilmeg a lot. The fairies are wonderful troublemakers. I aspire to the level of mischief. Yeah. There's Alphino. Alice. One second, Thancred. I gotta go over here and attune to the Aetheryte. I do like how it does give the vibe of getting lost and things like that. Like, you can't really see beyond the horizon. The draw distance is intentionally short so that you really can't see where you're going, you know, until you're there. It's pretty cool. I kind of feel like it could get old really fast, but I don't know, we'll see. It's actually a pretty big area. Seemingly a big area. Well, here we are, yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case, Dion, there is a variety of plants native to these parts with a distinctive furrowed tip. Looking grass is its name, so called because it can be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all of this later, but first, I need you to help me find some. Oh, if a voice calls to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief. Okay, cool. So now we're Appalachian cryptic vibes going on. Somebody calls your name. No, they didn't. You search the scrub, but find nothing resembling looking grass. Suddenly a voice rings out. Hee. Greetings, mortal. What is your name? Don't say anything. You never give a fae your name. Oh, you don't have a name? How very, very sad. I could have had so much fun with it. Yeah, don't give the fairies your name. They'll take it. That was one of my favorite things that I did in a D&D one-shot, though, was I had a fairy ask one of the party members for a moment of their time, and I just stole like a year of their life away from them. That was good times. You search the scrub, but find nothing resembling looking grass. Suddenly, a voice rings out. What is it that you seek, child? Perhaps I can help you find it. No, say nothing. Such a rude child, and too clever by half. I shall seek my fun elsewhere. Really? Was that in the last campaign? No. The last campaign I was running was for newer players. So I didn't do anything too devastating to them. I mean, I killed the whole party one time, but it was, you know, a narrative storytelling device rather than a mechanical one. Searching scrub, you find what appears to be looking grass. Suddenly a voice rings out. Oh, a visitor. Where are you from, pray tell? Say anything. Say nothing. Perhaps this one's hard of hearing. And what brings you here? Stone deaf. How boring. Still picking plants at our village is as good as indulging in our hospitality. And who are we to turn you away? Hee. Stay a while. Stay forever. Body begins to feel heavy. Yep. I am heavy. He'll jump. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find us some looking grass? He's like, you wouldn't dare come talk to me again. Well, if you hadn't found any, right? Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the pixies' veil of invisibility, and seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Oh, wow, look at that one. They're Thunderbird, or that's not a Firebird, it's like more like a Thunderbird. That's cool. Come, let us gather everyone to put Oriange's little trick to good use. Oh, is he actually going to look through the grass? He uses it like a monocle? He is. That's cool.
Farasitha, Krakleth.
I found you. The game is over. All the pixies. That's a lot of pixies. Jesus. We're found.
Know our trick. Wait, I recognize their souls.
Attack posture. Circumvental attitude.
Kyle. Cheers to you, friend. How are you?
How adorable.
Oh, goodness.
Play with us.
Play with us.
Time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one.
It's a good description of
For
Oriange.
a place in El Meg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Wow.
so much fun! We must do it again!
Not with us.
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
What spell must be lifted?
Shall we? Should we?
Would we?
What now?
I don't know. But this is their home, so we must indulge them.
How are things? How's your dad doing? We must indulge them, must we?
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition: that you first lend us a helping hand. Or two. Or three. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urion.
That's a good one too. If a fairy asks for you to lend them your hand, they can just take your hand. They'll just take it from you. Then you don't have a hand.
You have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Getting better. Me trying to become a Zambi. It's a Zambi. Like a fancy zombie. Not quite a zombie. Like a partial zombie. Deep gold chests. Gear. Or chest gear. Chest gear coffin. Oh, whatever. I don't know. It's something. A Zamboni driver. A redneck zombie. A Zambi. Oh, you know what? I kind of want this whole set, but my gear is actually better, so I do want this set, but redneck Zambi. What was I just doing? Yeah, this is all like level 400 gear, so I don't want to go down. So I really don't want this gear on my Dragoon. I really want to see what it looks like on him. I think it'd look really cool. If it's anything to go off of on this, that's pretty cool. But I would need it to... So I could start putting it on my Gunbreaker, right? Gunbreaker's only 389. Oh, I already have the deep gold stuff. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Isn't this deep gold? Deep gold chest. But it's better than... It's 10 things higher. Okay, well, then let's do that. Inventory... It's level 72. I am level 72. Okay, that works. Deep gold headgear. Deep gold chest. Character. Cool. Actor Dragoon. Kyle, we should be starting the Alyssa campaign for Front Mission 3 on Monday. We finished Kazuki's. Now we have to go back all the way to the beginning to do the... What is this? Deep gold earring coffer. Oh, nice. Oh, I don't need earrings, though. It's a bummer. Ladkin is gravely worried for a friend. Uh-oh. We don't want that. Help me, I beg you. My friend has gone to Fizzer-Laron, a place we're told he must never set foot in. I thought about giving chase, but I'm scared I'll run into that thing. But you're a brave, brave man. You're not scared of such things, are you? So please, find and bring back my friend. Kin Gyuf is their name, and if you hurry, you might catch them before they get to Fizzer-Laron. Why did they go that direction? Of course, I can't fly here, so... Hello. Kin Guf. Aren't you one of Oriange's friends? I am. Have you business with me? Well, not really. Kind of. Friend asked me to find you. Lad Kin is worried. Well, that's all well and good, but when someone tells me not to do something, it only makes me want to do it more. Sounds familiar. Teehee, no one can stop me. I'm not telling you not to. Heedless of your warning, Kin Guf continues on in the direction of Pfizer Laran. If you find them again, perhaps you can still convince them to turn back. I doubt it. They seem pretty adamant. Hello, Fenrir. Leave me alone, Ekavor. Where is this? Where are you, fairy? With the chat mode in say, enter any phrase containing Kin Gyuf to call out the pixie. Oh, I gotta type it. Hold on. Say, out Kin Gyuf. Yep. Enable to execute command while mounted. Too far away. What? I'm in the area. I'm right here. Oh. Never mind, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm not in the right... I'm in the area, but not the right area. Now I'm right on top of it. Efka is kind of the perfect minion for Ilmec. Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Chaotic, a little bit mischievous. Also, famous troublemaker would fit right in. True, he would love it here. I feel like a little bit. Oh my goodness, how adorable are you? Why are you a giant looking, or a little giant guinea pig? Are those fangs? Those are little fangs. Beaver-like creature. Though your beaver speak is a bit rusty, the creature appears to want milk. Dion apparently is versed in beaver speak. I'm not sure what you can... I mean, I guess Troublemaker is dramatically minimizing Kefka's actions in 6, but man of many talents, you know. I know. However, you see no signs of Kin Gyuf. You resign yourself to bearing the bad news to Lad Kin. I bet that is whatever his name is. Kin Gyuf. I'm gonna go all the way back here, and they're gonna tell me that is him. Oh, Sildra. Those are interesting looking creatures. Alrighty. We're gonna finish up this quest. Meet Oriange if possible. Oh, Oriange's a while ago, isn't he? That's a bummer. We'll see. Probably gonna have to do a few errands, I guess. Or maybe all these are the same. I don't know. Once we meet Oriange, we're probably gonna call it for today. The pain isn't going away, and I'm just getting more and more exhausted. You're back. Where's Kin Gyuf? Please tell me. He's alright. He's not alright. What? Against your warning, they went to Pfizer Lawn, where you found only a strange animal. Then the tales were true. Oh, Kin Gyuf, why? Why didn't you listen? Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't assume the worst yet. Maybe there's still hope. I just need to stay calm to think things through. I assume this probably starts the, like a society quest for these guys. For the pixies. At that point. The front that blew in is messing with me too. It's rough to... Yeah, last night, we went out to the theater, and my head was hurting for most of the day. We went to the theater, which was fine. I got back, and it was like midnight last night. I went outside to let Coda. I was letting Coda out, and I stepped out the back door, and it just like was oppressive. I love everything was quiet. It's all the fog that fell in. It was lovely. I love the sound. I love humidity. But man, the pressure was bad. It's still bad. It's not going to be any better for the next few days, but yeah, it's rough. It feels like my head feels like an overinflated balloon. I'm so hungry I may faint. Fruit, a little fruit will set me right. Set me all right. Will you go and fetch them for me? Yes. Just outside the village, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet, succulent burdens. I'm not sure if I like those words together, but sure. But it's just the pain right now, so I can kind of deal with it. It's just exhausting. It's tiring. I need to go lay down and rest. So we'll do that. What are you streaming tonight, Kyle? Or if anything? Hopefully it's not too bad here. It looks like everything's going to go like mostly north of us, but who knows? More star rupture. Look at that, something I can fight. Are you and Nick playing that together? I assume if it's similar to the other game with more combat. Seems like something you guys would play together. Nick, Kit, and Squish. I know Kit. I don't know if I'm familiar with Squish much. Go away, bug. We did it. That's one errand down. What's this thing called? Like Wibble, right? Wibble. Turkin. Turducken. Lala. I did get your fruit. Here you go. Oh, thank you ever so much. You saved me. Yeah, save me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. You've done me a great service, mortal. If there's one thing we pixies are serious about, it's having fun. Dull and painful things, hate them. Sin eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try to fight those monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say. It's easy for you to say. They don't try to eat you, from our understanding. Sol Yoon. Sol Yoon. Sol Oo. I don't know, whatever. Sol. Soloon aches. Let me get another one. Ooh, look at me. Look at me. I have a task for you. Laron is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely, and it can't look lovely without flowers blooming, and no flowers bloom lovelier than everblooms. So here are some everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple. Sure. Of course, they would be in harder to reach places. No big deal. It's fine. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's a chocobo barding. What barding is that? It's got a little samurai hat on. It's cool. What was the rough out? There used to be a city of mortals here, a great big bustling place called Verbert or Bovert or some such, but the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here, and we've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? I do think. Kyle, are you in the squad? Have you looked into, or are you interested in No Rest for the Wicked? I know they just added a patch or expansion the other day that added multiplayer to it. I don't know if you've seen it or given it much thought. No idea what that is. It's an ARPG. It's supposed to be very visually distinct. Oh, I can't wait for the flowers bloom. Perhaps I'll make pretty curtains out of them. Perhaps. I think Scotsman said on Steam it's apparently free to play until like February 4th or something like that. And I think right now it's on sale for $30 if I recall. But it's one of the newer ARPGs that's supposed to be decent. They're done something. I guess it's been out as a single player game for a while, but they just added the multiplayer feature, which has got a lot of people coming back. 126 free to play. Oh, it's free to play from the 26th to the 4th, or it's free to play from now until the 26th. You're done sowing the seeds. Thank you. This shall help Lydia Laron live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. I just downloaded it. Gonna look into it over the weekend. Perfect. We weren't always here, you know? We used to live deep in lush forests. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed up by light. For a while we roamed, but eventually we found a place that Min had abandoned. Together with our fellow Fae folk, we decided to make it our new home. Good. Now until the 26th. Okay, nice. So it's only a few days. I need to give it a try then soon, too, if I can. The land of everlasting spring. This is our home, and it could be yours, too. Forever and ever and ever. I think I'm good. But thank you for the invite, I think. Hello, Duke. 24 USD until the 5th. Okay, that's what it is. It's free to play until the 26th, but it's on sale until 25th. Ol Sigoon thirsts for your kindness. What phrasing? What phrasing? Mortal, mortal, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty, and I need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing about our village. Adorable, aren't they? Are you talking about those guys? They look like squids. They're like a combination between the jellies and some kind of octopus looking thing. Now you'll need to go to Longmere Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see that our children have a good drenching. Oh, but be warned, the Fuath make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care. Great. Hopefully it's something that's cool. I was definitely going to check it out too, especially if it's free to play for a bit. I've kind of re-addicted myself to Path of Exile, unfortunately, so I'm playing that way more than I want to or should be. It's not that I don't want to, I'm enjoying it. That's kind of the problem. ARPGs can be such a time sink, especially something like Path of Exile. That game is insane. Why are we so far away from the water gathering? Or can't gather water here. Whoa, it's a Squirtle. You want water? We'll give you a lungful. Why are we fighting Squirtles? They're pranksters. That's what it says. Oh, they're not very strong. Sorry guys. I thought I'd have to try harder. Okay, well, I feel a little bad. Give the water to the leafmen. Will do. I assume more of those little things are going to come, but No? Just down at the water, huh? Okay. Hello, welcome back, Quibble. Quibble, Quibble, Quibble. Done. You've given water to our children. Thank you ever so much. They're all very dear to us. They wandered into Ilmeg as stray mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we'd hoped. It's never too late, of course. Oh, that's frightening. Hey, level 74. We got high jump. Whoa, our jump became high jump. Cool. Let's see, what's the difference? Okay, high jump into Mirage Dive. So jump is level 30. Okay, you guys can't read this, but it's really, the only difference is jump has a potency of 320. High jump has a potency of 400. That's literally it. Andy says, always get excited when Gwibber's music starts playing. Yeah, I remember you saying that you like the Gwibber music, or it's you like the raid that Gwibber's part of, or whatever it is. I guess it's a trial, isn't it? Excited to experience the trials of this one. Well, I want more jumps, not different jumps. I feel like that's the only, not the only thing. I feel like that's really lacking from the Dragoon class. Is like the Dragoon was all about jumping, and I feel like I don't get to jump enough. I have high jump now, and I have Dragonfire Dive, and that's it. Everything else, I'm just poking things with my stick, which is also cool, but I really want like an acrobatic Dragoon. I know I'm never going to get it, but I really want it. A glimpse into the not too distant future. Yeah, we're pretty close. I mean, not too distant. Definitely in the next month or so. Couple months, I'm guessing. Thinkrid. Thinkrid looks just like you feel. Actually, before we do this, do we have... I think we have the full set now. Go Gunbreaker. Switch that up. Let's go inventory. Now need to open these up as well. We don't need the earring. We never need the earring. But we can open that. And that. Where do I get... I don't have any boots. I don't ever get boots for this set. What? What? Hey, Lushu. How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. I do hate to tell you, we're probably gonna be done in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this set doesn't have boots. How does that work? Oh, wait, legs are boots, aren't they? Am I dumb? Just got up from a nap. I'm about to go take a nap. No, legs are not boots. I don't get any feet. What? That makes me sad on the inside. I don't know. How do I get deep gold feet? Deep gold boots. How was your nap? Did you have a was it a good one? Have any good dreams? How goes it, Dion? It goes great. It goes great. So, a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yep, that's exactly it. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Rianjay once told me a story about the pixies.
Who's that Pokemon?
They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. It's depressing. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities. Apparently the boots are part of a standard non-blue side quest. Do we know where it is? Is it here? Thank you for looking that up, Andy. I was going to, but... upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to the corporeal realm, either by the will of its owner or by means of certain arts. Yeah, it's what's in a name from Sigan Wool. Okay, cool. So it's in this area. In time, the soul may regather ether into itself to assume another form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However, the pixies may have come into being. If we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures, but where to begin? It seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did any of you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? Not during my chores, perhaps. Feo Ool. Sure. Sure. What? You knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact. You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare to hope this will offer us a way out. Without further delay, then summon this Feo Ool, if you please. How do I even do that? With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter Feo Ool to summon your pixie friend at the designated location. Okay. Where's the designated? There it is. Okay, we can just do this, and then I will change come out Feo Ool. Come out, Feo Ool. A voice rings out in your mind. So, my sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch. But with such a half-hearted call, he may as well lock me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. Uh-oh. With the chat mode and say, enter, please, Feo Ool, I need you to... I need you. Of course. I love how we have to type this. Please, Feo Ool. I need you. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sodden log could do it with more fire. My goodness. Oh, loveliest of branches. Please grant me your succor. Oh my goodness. Please grant me your succor. Delete the rest of that stuff. Oh, did I spell something wrong? Oh, I definitely forgot the E in loveliest. Here we go. Hello.
You're late! Late!
Uh-oh. How am I late? Maybe you're late.
Waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting.
Sorry. So you knew I was here.
But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
Jesus.
Another self-important little brat. Just
You
what
tell
we
him,
need.
yeah. Alize is not impressed.
Reminds me of my childhood. All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
Neon has really has a way of gathering all these little companions, huh?
So earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Thank you. Thank you, Feol.
Well. If it isn't Theo, ooh, the mold feel.
The Mad Bloom? Hmm. The Mad Bloom, huh?
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself.
Wow.
Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never.
She's a bit possessive, isn't she?
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
Some people are really into that.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal.
And absolutely never gets called in to help fix the situation as quickly as she wants. Well, this is the first time, so.
And all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that,
Wow. You got them.
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
I wonder why they don't want to play with Minfilia.
It seems we won't be joining you.
She's the youngest, right? Maybe it's just the twins being interesting.
We'll reveal the hidden Fernic to you at once.
Look at that. I thought, didn't I mention that earlier? I was like, I don't know if the draw distance thing is going to be permanent. And it isn't. So we were right again. Well, I don't know if I said it out loud, so maybe it doesn't count, but I think I said it, and I think it counts.
So this is the true Ilmeg.
It is very pretty. I like this a lot more.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Let's do it.
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Bye, branch. If this whole expansion is like how Minfilia got her groove back, I think I'd be okay with that. She's too depressed for my liking. I need the old Minfilia back, the confident one. Ingrid. Oh, this is Soloon, right? Soloon does not have a quest available for me, so maybe it's something that isn't available. Let's see if I can find it. What is that? Go away. I'm not seeing that quest. I see Soloon's request, which I already did, and then I see Key to the Castle, and then I see, maybe I read it wrong. Maybe it's not Soloon. Oh, it's Singanul, not Soloon. My goodness. Sorry, there's so many. Maybe we need to go find her really quick. He's somewhere over here. Not that one, I don't imagine, but what is over here, actually? Soul Lad Gemstone Trader? What's a gemstone? Oh, mortal, purchase something from my shop, Spinger. What do mortals trade with? Trade at these shops of yours now? Anyhow, shiny rocks or something? I expect. Very well, Spinger shiny rocks here. You have access to this region's gemstone exchange, through which bicolored gemstones can be traded for a variety of rare and exclusive items. Successfully completing local fates will allow for the delivery of more valuable goods, increasing the number of items available for trade. Interesting. Huh. Writing map, that just helps me go faster here, right? Cordials, I know cordials are restores 300 GP, that's right. Why do I have 10 of them? How did I even get 10 of them? Maybe I did a fate in the previous area. Huh. Okay. Sigun Ul. Found her. What can I do for you? Sigun Ul is a quest looking for fun, or is looking for fun. Great. And here's my foot gear. Portals in our village, how exciting. Tell me, what is your name? I shouldn't. Dion Wright, a lovely name, but our names are lovely too. I believe that they are. But here's an idea. I want you to go and speak with my fellows. Ask them what their names mean. When you're done, return hither, and we'll have some fun. Uh-oh. Lala Soul. What does your name mean, Lala Soul? My name is Lala Soul. Separately, the words mean the turn of the seasons and flower. Together, they make me a flower that blooms always. Precious, I'm sure you'll agree. That is kind of cool, actually. Anik Un. I am Anik Un, water and happiness. Happiness in the water, and I'm very happy now. Why? Because you're here. Oh, how shall we play? There are so many ways. Now, why do I have a feeling I'm going to have to memorize these, and then it's going to say something like... It's going to make me put together a sentence with their words, and I don't have the brain capacity to do that right now. I mean, I could probably figure it out, but... Jewel of Feo. You wish to know the meaning of my name? Well, Jewel is you, and Feo is treasure. Together it means a treasure beneath the you. Beautiful, even if I say so myself. Yeah, I know it. I knew it. So it's actually kind of funny. I mentioned this before, but there's a test in the military. Well, it's not just a military, it's a government test, but it's called the D-Lab, the Defense Language Aptitude Battery. And being able to like translate these words like this was actually part of the test, which was kind of cool. So if I was feeling any better, this would be lots of fun for me, but... Welcome back. I hope you were paying attention to my fellows, because I'm going to test you on the meaning of our names. Yeah, here we go. First question. Who is the pixie whose name means a treasure beneath the you? The last one I talked to, right? That one out there. I think it was Jewel Feo, right? I see. Right. Second question. The pixie whose name means a flower that blooms always. Where were they playing? Down there by the meadow. Wait. No one was by the lake. Huzzah, you got both answers correct. You were clearly paying attention, and by the way of reward, I should tell you more about our names. Never mind, that was much easier. I didn't have to do anything for that. Why is my camera doing that weird thing? Oh, probably because the lights are off. That makes sense, actually. You see, our names are composed of special runes of power. They are chosen to best represent our nature and the spark of life that abides in us. If I were to name you by our custom, it would be, oh, this is a tough one, Sigun Tyr, perhaps, or Ul Tyr. It really could go either way. You wish to know the meaning, do you? But where's the fun in just telling you? You'll have to find out for yourself. Thanks. Okay, well, that wasn't that bad. As far as, like, quests go. Kind of cool, actually. Use. Now we get our feetsies. And now we have the full deep gold set. Oh, I have wings? I didn't even realize that. My headgear is wings? Okay, well that's really neat, actually. The only thing I don't have is a deep gold weapon, unfortunately, but that's okay. The deep gold weapon is on my Dragoon. Beyond the Valkyrie, I wish. Okay. That's all set. We did that. Now we're back to dragooning. Here's a fun thing. Valkyrie, by definition, are all women, right? I don't think... Isn't Valkyrie technically a gendered term? Just because of the lore. I don't think there was any... I don't think there were any Valkyrie that were men, right? I mean, technically they... You know, they're mythical creatures, so they are whatever you want them to be, but... I feel like... If we're going by the ancient texts... What would be the male equivalent to a Valkyrie? Is there? I mean, I feel like... I don't know that there is. I think Valkyrie are I mean, from my limited knowledge, Valkyries seem to be unique, which I think is kind of cool. I can't think of another, like, male equivalent of that. Anyway, for Alphino and Alizé's sake, let's be quick. It would be a shame to return only to find that they had been made to play one game too many. I agree. Now, the place we seek is the abandoned manor of a nobleman and scholar. The Bookman's Shelves, it's called. After the fellow's vast collection of tomes, an agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. If we hiccups, sorry. If we follow the path north, we should soon find the place. Come along. Off we go. I really like this place. This is very pretty. Don't know which direction to go. This way. Valkyrie were mythically a fallen shield maiden granted the right to ferry the sworn dutiful dead to Valhalla. Right. Which, again, would just further imply that they're canonically all women. I'm just curious. Like I said, I can't think of like a male equivalent of that. I mean, there's singular characters for sure, right? Like but the Valkyrie was kind of it was I don't know if it was a being as much as it is a title, right? Like you were a Valkyrie, you were still a like it felt like more of a title. Whereas I'm like, obviously you have, you know, the Grim Reaper, who's arguably genderless, but is more often than not perceived as a male. You have, you know, Satan, Lucifer, who's more often depicted as a male. You have like plenty of other beings whose job is to like take the soul of a person and escort them to the underworld. But I'm trying to think if there was like anything. There wasn't a male counter, as those that fell in battle or in the loins of a woman were granted passage to Valhalla, right? Yeah, it's just I'm just thinking of like even outside of Norse mythology, I can't think of anything. They are relatively unique, which is kind of cool. And here we are at long last. I give you Oriange's humble abode. Come, let's see if he's home.
Urianger, are you in?
Where are you?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way.
Look at him. Look at this guy. Oriange is really...
Exarch did send word that thou would seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
Is that why you're not wearing sleeves? Because you weren't expecting us? Wow, look at him. What the hell is... He's an astrologist, right? Astrologian? Astrologist? Whatever they call him in this game? I don't remember.
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
I don't know what he was before. Maybe nothing. I don't know what his class was. That's not true.
We'll meet you outside.
He did something when it comes to the
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
He had a class for the Warriors of Darkness, right? When he was playing with them. Why is Thancred treating Minfilia like that? I don't really like it.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already?
Well, some of them. Actually, you and your Stoller are the only ones I haven't met so far, right?
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest.
He was an Arcanist before?
Of the Light Wardens,
that makes
and
sense.
Of course, the war with Yulmore.
Now he...
Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Yeah, we remember. Arcanist backstabber, keeper secrets, true.
As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come.
He missed his arrival, just barely. He just barely walked down the stairs.
And the Far East offering fierce resistance to the
looking fierce.
So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first.
Ilm by painful ilm.
By Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile. Black Rose.
Sounds like them. The dirty scoundrels. The blackguards.
Its potency defied all reckoning.
The rapscallions.
The gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed. For spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might.
Inevitably.
Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist. And those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
That's the old Oriange. Not to Taru. Or Cryo. Cryo's been given the shaft in this last expansion. She's not. Been treated well. Ingrid and Y'shtola. Alize and Alphino, and I guess us. The Warrior of Darkness, though.
were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee.
Wouldn't that be a crappy way to go? I mean, just in general, but think like as the warrior of light, you know, you fought all these threats, you've survived through all of it, and then you died as a poison gas. Like, what? That's some shit, isn't it? That's just...
An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold.
That's interesting. It seems like...
No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy.
I don't know what I assumed the calamity was. You know, this is interesting.
I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery.
I always assumed like the calamity was some kind of crazy cataclysmic event, you know, like with the 7th umbral era starting, or the 7th calamity, it was Bahamut, right? Bahamut being summoned, and then his power and the power of the, well, the fight between Bahamut and Phoenix kind of caused like destruction. And so in my head, I guess it was more, I don't know, I always thought it was some kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like almost like a natural disaster, I guess, kind of situation. Like volcanoes erupting, or like an asteroid hitting the Earth, right? Something huge. But this really has like reshaped my idea of what a calamity could be, as far as like Black Rose being the calamity itself. You know, if it's just any kind of event that causes society to crash and, you know, mass destruction kind of thing, or I should say causes society to collapse, not necessarily crash. But that's interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, maybe it's not interesting. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I don't know. It's interesting to again, interesting isn't the word. I think it's maybe just the way that, and maybe I just fell into like the trap of thinking that like we think of a cataclysmic event, we think of something as something dramatic, something traumatic, something that is like direct, you know, like a meteor impact is huge. It's obvious. It's like, it's devastating, you know, both physically and societally devastating, right? Whereas Black Rose honestly would leave no lasting impact to perhaps like the environment, you know, it would leave no lasting impact to the buildings. It'd be, you know, the city would just be, it would just be full of corpses, you know? And I think that is, you know, interesting. It is interesting. The first 6 calamities were all tied to a different element. So Eorzean scholars thought there would be no more until the 7th happened. That makes sense. If we're talking about like the other shards, because that's what we talked about before. Where each of the shards like represented a different element happening. And I think we did mention, like I was talking about that the last time, where like water would be tsunamis and fire would be fire, and, you know, earth would be earthquakes and things like that. Did the same game say how Black Rose works? I think they alluded to it where it like it's like a magical weapon that cuts off a person's etheric energy, right? Like it stifles their ether and kind of just, you know, separates them from the I assume it just separates them from the source kind of situation, but I really don't know. I don't know if they've gone into too much detail, or if they have, I ignored it, but it's, you know, a magical chemical weapon. So that's it's cool. Exactly that. Halts the person's ether basically in instant. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, it's not cool that it happens. It's just this is a cool, like I don't know, twist. I'm seeing it as cool. I don't know if I can't describe myself very well. I know I'm not forming words correctly, but it's just a neat little subversion of expectations, I suppose. And so at scale, there would be a significant disruption in how ether is or isn't flowing. Oh, that's fair too. That's a good point. You're right. With all of the, you know, with primals being summoned primarily through, you know, ether, and their followers being a huge part of that, That's a good point. That's something that I didn't consider at first. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I mean, it even adds more credence to why it is, you know, a calamity. Cool. Fun.
That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency.
That is a good point. Where does it come from? I wonder if it's the whole Asian thing. Is Black Rose the literal essence of Zodiark kind of thing?
Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
Yeah, it's the source in all of the shards, right? I mean, kind of. It's the elemental tree. It's a chart of the elements. It's something to do with magic. Yeah, it's a chart of the elements.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active, umbral, the passive.
Interesting.
As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific,
who says it like that?
The denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer.
Light and dark.
Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness.
Huh.
At this, did my mind begin to race.
That's cool.
Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
Yeah, RNJ, please don't say nomenclature like that again. That way again. I've never heard it. I've never heard it pronounced the way he did. I don't even. I don't know if I could intentionally say it the way he did. Nomenclature. Oh, he did it too. Thinker did it too. Thanks. Jesus. Started a terrible trend.
Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
Nomenclature. That's terrible. I don't even like saying
It
it.
is indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events.
Why does it matter what you call it?
The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings.
There we go. They just laid it out there again.
Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
We would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity.
Calamity.
Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing.
Do we?
Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leargear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake.
Great.
To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation.
Just answer the riddles 3. I mean,
henceforth shall I accompany you.
Thanks.
And do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Probably for the best. Well, that kind of throws my theory out the window, right? Earlier, Yeah, I very early on when we were discussing, I think when we met the Exarch the first time, I mentioned that Oriange saw us die, and then, or saw the Warrior of Darkness die, or whomever, and I was assuming, I didn't assume, I, guessed, whatever you want to say, I made the theory that perhaps Oriange, it wasn't us that Oriange saw die, like Dion, us, it was the Warrior of Darkness from this world who had already died. And it looks like I was incorrect. Oriange, we saw a part of Oriange's vision, and it was our face kind of thing. So, theory debunked. I can't be right about everything, however hard I try. With that said, I am tapping out for today. We made it all the way to this is the last level 72 quest. Everything else is 73 for this section, so we pretty much made it to the halfway point, which is good. We have 2 quests before we get the dungeon, so we'll do Oriange's next quest, and then one of the fairies is going to give us the dungeon quest, which is fun. So we should be able to wrap that up next weekend, next Friday. Nice progress today. Good to see Oriange. Agreed. He's looking fierce. Look at him. I mean, come on. He is wearing that, isn't he? Speaking of like Greeks and Romans, he's looking like he's wearing like toga-like looking thing on top, which Kyle mentioned earlier, the Roman Reavers. I've never heard of the Roman Reavers. I'll have to look into that, Kyle. I wasn't ignoring you. We were just in the middle of a cutscene. I am familiar with like Elysium and such, but I've never heard of the Reavers, so that's interesting. I really hope you feel better ASAP. Yeah, me too. I'm a fan of the new Oriange for sure. Yeah. What is the class called? Is it astrologist? I keep wanting to say like astrologian, but is it really just... Oh, it is astrologian. Okay, well, I was saying it right then. It is astrologian. Is that what he is? Not highly spoken or written about. Yeah, it's not something I'm familiar with. I'll have to look into it some more. But I do love me some learning. Yeah. Usually I would raid, but I need to go lay down. When I raid, I like to sit around and chat with the person for a bit and be like, hey, hi, love you, bye. And now I just don't. Just gonna go lay down. So we'll be back. Hopefully we're back tomorrow. We'll see. I can't make any promises at this point. If we are back, I think I've just made the decision. We're gonna try to finish the Path of Exile 2 campaign. Dan, if you're still out there, I love you. I'm sorry. We'll finish Xenoblade Chronicles soon, I promise. But now that I just want to finish this game. So yeah, we're back tomorrow. It'll be with Path of Exile 2. No stream on Sunday. We have family stuff and the Spurs game, and then ideally we're back next week, starting on Monday with the Front Mission 3 Alyssa campaign. So apparently there's a decision at the very beginning of the game, nearly at the very beginning of the game. You can make a decision when Ryogo asks Kazuki if he wants to go out on the town. You can either say yes or no. And I even made a comment. I was like, that's funny. I wonder if my answer even matters. And I said yes, because I was like, it probably doesn't matter. It actually does matter. It's apparently if you choose no, Ryogo decides to go out on the town with Alyssa instead of Kazuki. And so that is what starts Alyssa's campaign. So yeah, essentially it's like a whole new game, a whole new campaign. So we'll be doing that starting on Monday, and that'll be our game through the week going forward until we're finished. And then we got the rest of the Front Mission 3 or Front Mission series as well. We got 4, 5, and then I think we're gonna do Left Alive. We might try to do Evolution if I can get a hold of it and play it. I've heard not great things about Evolution, so it might be harder to get a hold of, but we'll see. We'll see. If anything, we'll probably play that between 5 and Left Alive, because it's technically like a reboot of the franchise. I think it came out in like 2010-ish, if I remember correctly. So, see how it goes. But yeah, that's going to be it for me today. As always, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here as much as you can be. Thanks for keeping me company when I'm feeling Evolved. Thank you, not evolution. Evolved. Appreciate it. Yeah, front mission evolved is correct. But yeah, thanks for dealing with me. Thanks for putting up with me while I feel like garbage. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I'd really like it. I'd really like to be back so we can play some Path of Exile too, because I probably won't be able to play tonight. But yeah, whenever I'm back, I hope to see you then. Bye, everybody.
Remember, not slow and steady.
I had a glance outside of my stance. I'm seeing everything different now. One thing to learn is how to be stern. There is no such thing as middle ground. You better get yourself out of the bed. There's no time to sit around chilling. You don't realize you just slipped, and now the devil's on a mission. You better back up when you get talking punch. I can see you plotting without that hunch. Fully protection be coming in clutch. So put on the apple. I don't want that lunch. Bad cat, get off me, you me. That's the lie I can see, duty. Sense in the season, I got it unlocked, and you'll see the wave when I make it on top. Bars are gonna collect you, execute or grab the check too. All this seed is obsolete, doesn't bother me. I am not the next fool. Don't go thinking I'm inept too. Oh no. Got it all wrong, cause I'm so different from y'all. So far apart, you know every bar coming straight from the heart.
Ready player one, picture start taking 10. My time to attack, not the friend, shadow bitch. I'm fly like Peter Pan, sorry darling, that's the ocean. You broke up with your man, don't give a damn, I hope you come. I'm in the edge now, with who it really depends how. Many new followers, haters and all of us pull up and shit really went down. Intolerant just like the red cow. Last laugh cause it head south. Light jabs like I'm Chantal. Haters get 60 for palms. Steady and calm. I flip a bitch over, immediately crab. She hitting the dab. 2016 was a hell of a fad. Money makes life a movie. Jobs get this forever though. Found peace by the tenfold. When I work on me and myself alone. Bad bunnies on the telephone. Graduated need a ceremony. Graduation party shorties got me hardy. They be up and on the pheromones. Danger zone. Full squad like hey Simone. Hook me up with a cousin. Know she bout to be cousin. Ready player one. Picture start taking 10. My time to attack. Not the fan. Shout out bitch. I'm fly like Peter Pan. Sorry darling, that's the issue. You broke up with your man. Don't give a damn. I hope he miss you. I'm at the edge now. With who it really depends how to get calm. I'm at the edge now. With who it really depends how to get calm. I'm at the edge now. With who it really depends how to get calm. I'm at the edge now. With who it really depends how to get calm.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Let's go.
Spacious.
So this is where you spend your time, huh?
Yeah.
Situations more than dire. Integrity is up for hire. Selling to you the highest buyer, but the source all comes from the wrong supplier. Friendly fire, friendly fire. Can't let the level go any higher. Ask yourself, what do you require? Long life, long nights, what do you desire? I'm yearning for the world is burning. Spurning evil thoughts I'm learning. One truth you can't deny. Ask how, who, what, where, when, and why. Friendly fire, friendly fire. Under friendly fire, friendly fire. If I go viral, I send a message. If you go viral, you stand infections. Wild west in the wrong direction. Least of my worries cause of God's discretion. Law taught me better with each and every letter up. I said if you wanna leave, let her. Dad said if you wanna lead, then get up. Rise to the okays, you get no erection. I've done reflections, I've learned some lessons. Don't wanna be Smith, keep my mind a Wesson. No such thing as a compromise. The opposing team all compromised. Friendly fire, friendly fire. Under friendly fire, friendly fire.
Maybe you aren't cut from the same cloth after all.
See this?